Kia ora everyone, welcome to the council meeting for the 11th of October 2023. Could we please start with our karakia? Thank you. Whakataho ki te uru, whakataho ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, I hea haka te atakura, e tio e luka, e hohu, titi e anō. Thank you very much. Welcome to councillors, welcome to staff, welcome to the press, welcome to those members of the public in attendance in the chambers, also those that are listening and watching online. Great to have so much engagement for today's meeting. And before we get into the procedural things, I'd like to open up with my morning, because the morning's been quite special. I cut a ribbon and I'm always happy to cut ribbons, but this was a pretty special occasion in the opening of Maple Central today. So a development that has been some years in the making, but in fact only took about 12 months for construction. 180 beds, 43 units, that is adding considerably to the housing stock of this town, and the fact that we talk about how important housing is, this has made a considerable difference. It was also, it's a lovely looking development, far better than what I think we would imagine in a town like ours. Very contemporary, modern, and fits in really well with the surrounding area. It was also great to be acknowledged as a council that has enabled and made that project be as smooth as it was, and the acknowledgement for David and Blair and their teams was gratefully received. And another great example of council, community and developers working well together. And the fact that most of the properties have already been sold and there are people living there is it's a really good, cool story. And the fact that today we're going to endorse some of the decisions that we've already made around our growth, this was really a pleasure to be here. Homestead deserve a lot of credit for making that investment and taking that risk, because it would not have been an easy one to make. All right, so let's get into our meeting. We do have some apologies today, unfortunately. Councillors Brannigan, Councillors Proctor and Councillors Olsen. We also have notification that Councillor Tamihana is not feeling well and will be zooming in. So could I move those apologies? Thank you, Councillor Jennings. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We have a number of members wishing to participate of the public today, and shortly we will bring that item forward, which is 7.5, the Waikawa Beach vehicle access, so that we can listen to those members of the public who wish to speak to that, and then discuss that topic rather than leave it for later. Any late items? None. Any declarations of interest? Thank you. None. So just to confirm our minutes, meeting minutes of Council 30th of August 2023, plus the meeting minutes in committee meeting of Council 30th of August 2023. Can I move that these be accepted as a true and correct record? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So let us move. We should do the reports first, should we? Let's first of all move to 6 and the elected member reports. 6.1, the mayoral report. Just noting those, move 2.1, 2.2 that this be received. Seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favour? Any items that any members wish to Any clarification or questions on? Okay, cool. Moving then to the chairperson's report from the Te Awaho Foxton Community Board. Move 2.1, 2.2 that these be received. Councillor Grimstone, seconding. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Is there, just checking there's no recommendations that we need to... Oh, the proceedings of the committee. Thank you. The chair is here. Mr. Gowan, would you like to join us at the table just in case there are questions or anything that you wish to add to your report?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity of talking to you. I have no desire to repeat what's written in the report, but there are a couple of things which are worthy of comment and thought, hopefully which will lead to action. It's worth noting that Foxton has several organisations which are actively concerned about its environment. The Manawatu Estuary Management Trust is trying with some success to bring together the wide group involved in caring for the estuary and the internationally acclaimed Ramsar site. This group includes HDC, HRC, DOC, Forest and Bird, and of course the iwi. The positive involvement of Sean Hester from HDC is greatly appreciated. He's doing a very good job there, and we appreciate that. And I'm happy to note that we have a workshop later this week at the Paranui Marae, which brings us together to working with the iwi on other matters which we are concerned with as well, which is very positive. The Manawatu River is important to the Horowhenua and especially to Foxton. And I was pleased to be able to attend the Manawatu River Leaders Accord meeting in Palmerston North. Our Mayor Bernie was there, as was Robin Harpy, the chair of Sable River Trust, who asked quite pointedly whether the Manawatu River Loop at Foxton is going to be included in the Lower Manawatu scheme. Currently it isn't, and it should be. The work with Council regarding the improvement of the bank of the river loop in conjunction with SALT and other groups such as the rowing clubs, Wakaana and so forth is progressing well, including good work, but we do need to concern ourselves with seepage from the old dump because that is still leaching into the river or into the Kings Canal area. That is quite serious. Work on the Pere-Harakiki walkway is moving forward very satisfactorily, and hopefully through SALT we may be able to get some labour. In fact, I received an email just before I left today that the Manawatu College and the Mormon missionaries have volunteered their labour to help do the work to bring the Pere-Harakiki walkway up to standard. The council have got some lime there ready to be spread and worked on, and so that will work very successfully. We have expressed concern about the postponement of things concerning the Foxton East drainage scheme and flood protection for both Foxton Beach and especially as the contribution of $1 million has been made by HDC. We are still very concerned about that. The flood protection for Foxton and Foxton Beach is inadequate. There's no doubt about that at all, and we're hopefully going to be working with HRC on this. We are aware that they're busy and they have proposed the inclusive working group for early next year. I hope that happens, and I hope we can work on that. That's very, very important. PNCC, Palmerston North City Council, are working on their wastewater disposal challenge, and that actually might well have some effect on the Horowhenua, and we need to be working with that. There is an interesting development which is still currently under the radar, but that is looking quite positive for all concerned. I got my finger on that pulse as well through other areas. The HCCT, which is the Canberra Trust, had a meeting yesterday which I was able to attend, I'm very happy to say, and I'm delighted to say that it appears that Foxton is likely to get its community safety cameras installed early next year, which will be very good with the increase of petty crime and quite serious crime around the area. The cameras have helped the police in many ways, and cameras in Foxton will be nothing but a benefit. It's disappointing that the workshop regarding the Foxton Beach Freeholding Fund had to be postponed. We should have been having that. We should have had a workshop this week about that. Our conversations with iwi regarding the Foxton Harbour Board land have brought up the subject of the Furikino Cut and the debacle of 1943, which caused the rerouting of the Manawatu River and the degradation of the river loop at Foxton, and a considerable amount of Christianary land. Although in 1949 the Minister of Works admitted responsibility for righting the wrongs, and in 1953 a Commission of Inquiry acknowledged that central government had made a mistake and needed to address this, nothing has been done. And for some reason, and although the citizens of Foxton presented a petition to Parliament in May 1986, there still appears to be a reluctance for the Pākehā to hold the government to account. The iwi do it quite regularly and do very well, but we seem to be frightened to do that. I don't think we should be. It must be noted there is a level of discontent in Foxton regarding the outcome of the Foxton War Memorial Hall. It has not helped that the hall has just been rented for a public meeting, the Foxton Memorial Hall, on the 17th of October at 7 p.m, when the perceived earthquake risk was highlighted to the Trust trying to retain the hall.
So, John, I've just been given some advice that you do have a conflict in terms of that facility, and that it's not appropriate that as chairman that you comment on what is going on with that building.
That conflict has been removed because we're no longer potential tenants.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could just provide some further advice to you, Your Worship, and to you, Mr. Gerling. Just a reminder that the Foxton Community Board are unable to have a view because they do not have a quorum to have a position on the Foxton War Memorial Hall because of the multiple conflicts of interest that exist around the table.
All right, thank you, I'll accept that. Interested to see in our latest thing from Horowhenua about the age on the go system coming up in Levin very shortly. I'm interested in whether there's going to be a bus from Foxton for the old people in Foxton, because that would be quite a good thing to happen for Foxton. But to end on a happier note, we're happy to see the progress of the Foxton pool and to learn the introduction of an all-terrain wheelchairs for hire, probably available at the Foxton Surf Lifesaving Club. That's very good. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Just a couple of quick comments. Great to hear about the cameras and the positive start that has got on. In terms of the bus for Age on the Go, we need to talk to Horizons because they provide the public transport for this district, and we know how busy they are and lack of resource they've got. But you did make some assertion around the landfill, the old landfill there, that it's leaking badly, and I just want to clarify that so that members of the public and councillors are aware what's going on. So I'm just going to check with Daniel if he's got a response to that. Thank you.
Yes, through your worship. We do have and have recently had a team of industry leading experts in town undertaking investigatory work at the Levin landfill. So that's in terms of additional drilling, working towards a proposed solution to ensure that leachate from the Levin landfill doesn't escape out into the environment. So there's a piece of work. We're working quite closely alongside the community out there, the NLG group, and there'll be subsequent updates coming to council. So in light of that, we've taken the opportunity to utilise those same experts to do a site visit and some investigation work around the Foxton landfill. And I can confidently speak to there being no concerns that have been raised from that visit. Really happy to meet with Mr. Gerling to help provide some of the detail around that, but probably further understand where the driver of the commentary that there is leachate going into the river loop. Certainly the evidence and the work that we've done speaks to no concerns around the old dump at Foxton.
The other thing, John, especially with the river loop and the river accord, and that it's a really critical that the Foxton or Te Awaho Foxton Community Board input into the Horizons long-term plan, because I think that's where we're going to hopefully make a difference in terms of making sure those sorts of projects remain in their focus as well. So just note that as well. The Deputy Mayor had a question.
Yes, two matters. Thank you, John, for your report. On the issue of Monday, you expressed disappointment that the meeting didn't occur. Now, this is around the exploring our relationship with iwi hapu on the Foxton Beach freeholding account, and that's a deliberate process where we want to work together to explore opportunities for a much closer relationship. I accept the disappointment, and we all feel it, but I just need to note for the record that only one of the four councillors involved in that process was able to be there, and also I'm aware of one board member who couldn't. And I think the message I wanted to give really is that it's really important we take everyone on this journey. So the fact that it didn't occur, and I know you understand that too, the fact that it didn't occur was absolutely the right thing, because we all need to be thoroughly on the journey together. On the second matter, and I just refer to cross-reference here to page 295 of the order paper, which has the proceedings of the Foxton Community Board, and there is the recommendation there under 2.3 that it's in reference to the Foxton East Drainage Scheme. The recommendation from the board is that Council ask Horizons not to spend any of the Horowhenua District Council's contribution pending a meeting is held at governance level. Now, we'll be discussing that later, but I just wondered if you wanted to give us the board's position on that specifically. Thank you, Councillor Allen. Yes, the board discussed that quite heatedly at some stage, because we were very disappointed about what had happened, and HTC had made its contribution. The first motion that was put up, which was removed, was the fact that we should tell them not to return the money, quite frankly, because we are paying the rates already, and nothing has been done, or is like to be done, because the whole thing has been sidelined. And we were not happy that HDC had contributed $1 million and was not being, and nothing was being done. And we thought that HDC should ask them not to spend any more money until we get some positive progress on the Foxton East Drainage Scheme. So just supplementary, was the matter actually focused very much too on the governance side of things, that there had not been a meeting at governance level? Did that not drive the discussion? Well, that also helped drive the discussion, because they had promised a long time ago that we would have a governance group which included 2 members of the FCB, and that has been put off until February next year. And delay after delay is understandable, not necessarily acceptable, because a flood system for Foxton needs to be put in place.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I also had a question around the Foxton East Drainage Scheme, because I had the benefit of attending your meeting that night, and I've also had the benefit of previously having been part of some workshops or some meetings where Horizons were present. And I understand from them that the messaging was that our contribution of $1 million has already been spent. And so I thought it was beneficial that we've got members of the media here today, because I'm going to ask you in a second, if you had a single message for Horizons, what would it be? Because I know that my message or my question to Horizons would be, tell us what Horowhenua ratepayers have got for their money. How can they account for the funds? So I wanted to give you the opportunity, if you wanted to boil it down to a single message that you wanted to give Horizons, what is it?
That's a very interesting opportunity. Thank you very much. I will temper my message to Horizons, because we need to work with them in the future. Foxton is at the end of the Manawatu River, and we receive everything that Horizons approves to be put in that river, be it good, bad, or otherwise. The end of the river, the mouth of the river, has changed through mistakes that were made many years ago and continue to be made. Foxton needs to be looked after from a flooding point of view, because it is at the end of the river and it's very shallow. The water table in Foxton and Foxton Beach is only 600 centimetres below the surface. So any rise in water conditions causes flooding problems. This is a big problem for Foxton. Respect the people of Foxton. We've been paying rates. We are paying rates for the Foxton East Drainage Scheme, and nothing is happening. We want something to happen.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. Look, I endorse your sentiments in terms of we want something done. This project's been going and sitting on our books for a number of years now, and we know that, like everything, we want to see a conclusion to it, some satisfactory results and outcomes that will protect those residents in Foxton. So hopefully, as I say, the long-term planning process is another opportunity for us to make sure that we keep that on the table and keep it up front. But we will keep the pressure on the horizon, so you can be assured. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora. I've got my hand up here.
Oh, sorry, Justin, I didn't see that.
Kei te pai. Ka nui ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Aroha mai, I'm not there, but I'm here. I just wanted to actually thank John and the Te Awaho Community Board for the work and the advocacy that they continue to do for our community. And I actually also endorse the many words that he shared today with the hui. I also wanted to take the opportunity to thank Sean Hester as well and the council staff that have been working with Foxton Futures, the Piriharakeke Walkway Group and Save Our River Trust. The feedback I receive is really, really positive from all sectors. So I just wanted to share that and continue to endorse our staff to work in such a way, or Monique's staff, because I think it's great that the compliments are coming back in multitude and there's lots of work to do. John, just one question from me to you was, I noticed out of your report there was nothing around the mountain bike track project that's in discussion. I just wonder whether there's been any further discussion with the community board in that regard, or where that's at, and I'm happy just to receive it later, but I just wanted to signal I noticed that wasn't within the report. Ngā mihi.
I'll ask the Chief Executive to respond to that, Justin.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Tamihana. So through your worship, with regards to the mountain biking, officers are working as per the resolution of council, which is we're preparing a draft memorandum of understanding. We don't anticipate that we need to take it back to the community board, but we'll obviously keep them and councillors informed as we progress conversations.
Thank you, Monique. And I suppose my only other consideration in that is that our iwi community are also part of that process as it's designed. Kia ora.
There was a nod of heads there, then Councillor Tamihana, so I take that for granted. Thank you, John. Appreciate your time. Okay, councillors, we're now moving to item 7.5 on page 157, and we have a number of people from the public who wish to speak to this item, and I'm going to ask Leslie Ann and Richard Walker to come up first, please. So, yeah, come to the front. The button, if one of you sits in the middle and pushes the right-hand button on that little contraption you see in there, it's a microphone. Without it, no one can be able to hear what you say. So the red light will come on when you push it. That's it. Right. You're all ready to go. So welcome and thank you for your time. You can sit, don't have to stand.
Thank you.
Please be comfortable.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Horowhenua District Council. My name is Leslie Ann Walker, and my husband Richard and I asked to be heard at your meeting today. We've come to this meeting to fully support Gary Whittaker's submission re the beach access at Waikawa Beach, and also his submission re access to vehicles on the beach. We support the council in their negotiations to lease the land at the end of Magapirau Street, which has been freely used up until now as beach access, only thanks to the goodwill of the trust which owns the land. We only support the council on the understanding that river cuts will be done from time to time to maintain the access, which at present has been washed away. The river has been pushed inland by extreme winds and huge tides over the last few weeks. We submit to the Council that they sometimes allow vehicles through one or other of the Strathnaver pedestrian access ways, but only if the Mangapero entrance has been washed away, as it has been right now. If it is not a permanent vehicle access through Strathnaver, there would be no need for any extra car parking, etc. We're a small community, and the Strathnaver access way would only be required if, for some reason, the Mangapero Street access was not available. To have a secondary access at Strathnaver would require a removable bollard in the middle and a chain linking up to permanent bollards on either side of it. That surely can't be too hard to arrange. Thank you for listening to our submission.
Thank you. Any questions for Leslie or Richard?
In your submission, you've made it quite specific to the on condition that the river cut progresses. Were you able to have a look at the reporting or the reports that we've been provided that would indicate that river cutting potentially would make consent difficult to achieve?
Consent from Horizons.
Correct.
Well, I thought that Horizons were able to give consent. That's the general thought, that Horizons, we don't really know who is in control of the consent for the river cutting, but we need to have a consent to cut the river, and it needs to be done if and when. I know you can't do it in the whitebait season, that's fine, but in those periods when it couldn't be done, and it's not an expensive thing to do, because we know, we've spoken to the actual the contractors that do it, so we know it's not an expensive job to be done, and we can't really understand what the problem is.
So, Leslie, consenting can be an issue. It's not a simple, we want to make a river cut, okay, go ahead type of thing. There is a real process of RMA, and that people may object, they may agree, but Horizons are the ones that issue that consent, and it's sometimes not a simple process. It can be protracted, complex, and not easy to obtain, as well as probably costly.
Costly because, not because of the cut, but costly because
Or
of
the process, making the process, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Hi, I'm Richard. And the thing being, every time we get into this discussion with Horizon or the council, no one seems to say, yes, well, this is my responsibility. The river is our responsibility. Horizon then blames someone else. Then they say, and we've got a farm further up the river. The river is just an absolute disgrace. It would be 2 metres across from one side of the weed to the other side. There is no movement on a 3.3 tide. There is no movement up there at all. So the river is not going out. It's not going in.
So the river is definitely Horizon's responsibility.
right.
Yes.
Well,
But
Horizon,
again, that would form part of the consenting process in terms of the ability to do it. As I say, it's not a simple yes or no sort of process. It's quite complex.
well, Horizon have done some work on the farm, on the river, and there's never been any problem. They've come down, yes, we'll fix that, good as gold. But they said as soon as we get within whatever, 500 metres or whatever, of the river mouth, they say this is the council's responsibility. So,
But it's actually private land anyway.
Okay, look, we've noted that point, and we'll seek some clarification later from officers in terms of what that is. But for now, thank you, and no doubt you'll be staying to listen to the conversation that's going to follow.
it would be just great to know and say, well, this is who we have to deal with, Horizon, or we have to deal with the council. But for years, the Horizon will come down and say, yes, well, no, we've got to get funding from the council, or we've got to get funding, or we can't go ahead and do it without council permission. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much
Cheers.
for hearing us.
That is why we want a secondary access.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you. Next one on my list is Colin Peard. Welcome, Colin.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Colin Peard. I'm a resident of Waikawa Beach. I am a responsible boat owner and fisherman, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the fishermen that I know from Waikawa Beach. And we're very concerned about something that was on social media recently, where on social media a certain group of people at Waikawa Beach have said that they would hope that they put a closure to the beach access due to damage to flora and fauna and bird life. Well, I can assure you, as a responsible boat owner, we take our boats down the path, go across the stream, make our way the shortest distance to the water, to the sea, and park our trailers back up there, do our fishing, come back. We do not go over any flora, fauna, or go anywhere near bird life. And I just wanted to make that clear to the group of you here today, including some observers that are also here, that that was a poor thing to say for a reason to close the beach. I don't think that the beach should be closed because of that, because we have never ever done damage to the beach. Now, I can't speak for the hoons that come up from Otaki in their four-wheel drives doing donuts through the beach, and sometimes these other people might see this taking effect. So think of the community of Waikawa Beach that are responsible, looking after the place. We can't speak for the other people that come up from Otaki. We've got no control of that. So that's all I wanted to say, okay?
We all have problems with social media, Colin. I can assure you that it's not the oracle that it's meant to be, and that there are often misinformation and if you like, non-factual information put there. Just a quick question though. You talk about the number of responsible fishermen and those that will take their vehicles down on the beach. What's your take on how many vehicles a day are going through that access?
Towing boats?
Yes.
Oh, look, 4 or 5 sometimes. In the holiday periods, there'll be more. There could be 6 or 7. Big boats I'm talking about. There's also a lot of other people that have got special ATVs made up for disabled people. They take the disabled people down the beach. They have ATVs, special four-wheel drives, to take their hobbies down to the beach, whether it's drone flying or just surf casting. There's a lot of people in the holiday periods that go down there, but I've never seen anybody driving up over, shall we say, the sand dunes where the spinifex is being planted. I've never witnessed that myself, and I can't imagine any of the boat owners that get going off track. The moment you go off track, you sink your vehicle in the wormholes. We know that there's areas you can't go on. It's like quicksand, so we just stick to the straightforward routes. But that it would be nice to see the existing access maintained, and that's all that's needed.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Next on my list is Barry Smith. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate your brevity. And so, Miraz, you're next on my list. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, Councillors, kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Miraz Jordan. Thank you for allowing me to speak to the Waikawa Beach Vehicle Access agenda item. When I first moved to Waikawa Beach, I hated that vehicles were allowed to use the beach. They're noisy, dangerous, and disruptive to people, birds, shellfish beds, and the environment at large. However, now, some 8 years on, I can see that there is a value in allowing access for those with mobility and health issues, as Mr Peard just referred to. Folks wanting to perhaps take a marquee and a load of people and recreation gear down for a fun day. Those who want to take boats, sports, or fishing gear down to the sea. However, there's always a trade-off. Vehicles, however carefully driven, still create noise, vibrations. The tyres shed particles, and in most cases, cars and other vehicles produce particulates that pollute the air. These waste products spoil the enjoyment of other beach users and certainly create dangers and problems for the birds and the other wildlife that rely on Waikawa Beach as a food source or a place to rest. Each year we enjoy spotting banded dotterels on our beach in the Reimake area south of the river and in the estuary. These birds are nationally in decline. The adults are about the size of a sparrow, but unfortunately they're the same colour as the sand, and they're almost impossible to see even when you stand still and actively look for them. Evidence tells us that even a slow and carefully driven vehicle that doesn't actually hit birds still interrupts their feeding thanks to the noise and the vibrations. Once interrupted, it may be some time before the birds can resume their normal activity. They're not the only birds that make Waikawa Beach their home over summer in particular. We have many birds such as godwits, wrybills, terns, spoonbills, herons, oyster catchers, and pied stilts who also breed south of the river. Fortunately, there is a way to balance these competing needs of nature and vehicles on our beach. Sometimes nature brings us a storm that cuts off the beach access for vehicles. Pedestrian access remains through various other tracks. For a little while after a big storm, there is respite. This year's dramatic climate change events in New Zealand and other countries are teaching us to mend our ways. We can no longer simply take anything and everything we want from this, our only world, that provides for us and all the living beings in it. I support the status quo options for vehicle access from Mangapiro Street, with no particular accommodations that would allow full-time, unrestricted access. Let nature balance the competing needs of man and environment, as has been happening ever since the first time anyone drove a vehicle onto Waikawa Beach. The Mangapiro Street options allow for a healthy, natural balance between the disruption caused by vehicles on the beach and the peaceful enjoyment by people and wildlife of the natural environment. I oppose the other options for new access, but would also support the option of no vehicle access at all. There is a whakatauki. Ka mate te kāinga tahi, ka ora te kāinga rua. When one house dies, a second lives. Or you could say, something good can emerge from misfortune. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Any questions or clarifications from Maurice? All good? Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. So last on the list is Gary Whittaker. Welcome, Gary.
The right hand button, thank you. Okay. A bit harder.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Gary Whittaker. I am also a resident of Waikawa Beach. We've had a property there for nearly 20 years and now live there permanently. It's a beautiful part of the country and we love living there. Before I start, I just wanted to make an offer to the Mayor. I'm actually heading up to Auckland next week and wondered if you want to trip up on my motorhome, we could take up some, local
Horowhenua identities, and we could actually talk to Mr. Mayor Brandt, show him where we come from.
Bring him home rather than beat you up there, I think is the answer.
It was a very, very humorous interview I saw. To the serious things. I want to start with my submissions to the councillors, and then just do a little bit of discussion in the 5 minutes that you've allowed me. The first thing I'd like to submit is that the recommendations listed in point 3 of the recommendation report 23/720 be taken to wider consultation with the Waikawa Beach community. It is my submission to you that recommendations 3.5 to 3.7 are the ones that should be consulted upon. And I'd also like to note that in those recommendations from Boffa-Miskell, there is not an option listed to stop vehicle access. I'd like to suggest that any solution reached by the council should at a minimum provide the same access to our moana to gather in kaimoana, either in boats, kontikis, drones, surf casting, white baiting, shellfish gathering. And it should also allow us to enjoy the pleasure activities that other beach settlements along the Kapiti coast and the Horowhenua coast do. The launching of boats, vehicle parking, ease of access for those with disabilities, toilet areas, picnic areas, the other things we see along our coastal beach access fronts. We don't see too many of them at Waikawa. Certainly not at the areas where we go down to the beach. We do have a beach environment that's slightly different to most. In that we don't have a large, long beachfront where the council has owned land and allows and provides those facilities. So what we're asking for is to reach that medium where we can use the width and breadth of our beach, north and south of the river, as we currently do. The only way that we as a community can do that is to have a reasonable beach access for vehicles to allow people to move from one end of the beach to the other. The other submission I'd like to raise is to, in the interim between now and when a decision is made and some process takes place, that the council assist in fixing the ramp as it is at the moment, so that we can once again have access down to our beach as the summer approaches and as holiday makers come to the area, to allow that time to be fun family time. We know, as has been pointed out, that we are at the arm of nature, and whatever happens from there happens. But at the moment, there's an opportunity to fix that ramp and get us back down there. I'd also like to submit that option 3.9 in the recommendations, the option to do nothing, is an unfair option to our community, and that we need to have this consultation. We need to be heard as a wider community. Currently, the Boffa-Miskell work did consult with a very small number of selected people and then a group from Ray Mackay. That's not representative perhaps of the 158 people who signed a petition to kick this chunk of work off. Just in general discussion, Mr. Mayor and councillors, the project came about because of the petition to ask the council to investigate an alternate access, as was raised by Leslie Ann Walker, on council-owned land, so that we could then start to have a direct path with getting things fixed through a council agency, and as much as we greatly appreciate the landowners and the iwi that have allowed access through their path for 50 plus years. Having that alternate access council owned and council maintained would be a far better option for our wider community. I would like to touch on the report and where it talks about the no vehicle access option. And I would like to submit that while I understand clearly that there is a flavour amongst some parts of the community and perhaps in some parts of the council as well, and I'm aware from the Miskel report that there is already on the books a view to look at a beach bylaw, a beach vehicle access bylaw, that right now in this report and in this project that it's quite not the time to it. It should be done on in a project of its own, and in my suggestion, respectful suggestion to you, it should cover the wider Horowhenua beach community. Foxton, Wairariri, Hokio, Levin, Ohau, all of our communities. Don't just isolate it to Waikawa Beach, because any restrictions that may come from a beach bylaw should and will affect all of our wider beach communities. I'd like to reiterate something that Colin said. In my 20 years on the beach, I can without doubt say the majority by far of vehicle beach users are good law-abiding citizens who drive their vehicles respectfully for the environment and with respect for other beach users. And I also acknowledge that there is a minority that don't. And yes, I've had a couple of run-ins with them over my 20 years on the beach. We seem to, in New Zealand, have a practice of punishing the majority in order to police the minority. And I would like to suggest to the council that they try not to do that on this occasion, because the majority of the ratepayers and beach users in Waikawa are good people who respect the beach and the environment. We have a means to deal with these road users, and that's called the police. It is a road, the laws of New Zealand apply, and the actions that happen over Christmas at Foxton and Wairariri, where the police do take a far more upfront and positive approach to beach users, tend to work. The police presence definitely calms down their activity.
Sorry, Gary, I don't want to wind you up, but are you just about finished?
I'm all but there.
Thank you.
I have just one more thing to say on the river consent issue, and it ties in with the previous speaker from Foxton. By the sounds of it, I don't know much about their situation, but through lack of river maintenance, their properties are at risk. We are seeing similar trends in our area. Mr. Walker alluded to the flooding, the high water table. We've seen people have issues with their septic tanks. And a lot of that is due to the fact that the silt has not been taken out and the water allowed to move through. Cutting the river will do that. And I accept that there is a process to go through, but it's a heck of a lot better to go through the process than it is to end up with a community flooded and homes that can't be used. Ngami.
Kia ora. Thank you, and appreciate the manner in which that submission was delivered, and really good to hear those views. Are there any quick questions for Gary? Councillor Jennings.
So I was hoping to get clarification from the Chief Executive on something. I'd rather do it now when we come to the actual report. But I'll outline it. And then, so Mr. Whittaker talked about the idea of going out with all of the options for consultation. And so I just wanted to get some guidance in terms of how the report is presented in our agenda, is that we need to select, and the proposal is to select an option to then go and consult and that there's advice in there that it triggers the significance policy. But I just want to understand, so if we select an option today, is that then the preferred option that we're going to consult on only, or do the other options also then get presented alongside a preferred option? Are you able to give that clarification?
Through your worship, and without wanting to take the wind out of Mr. Harvey's upcoming presentation, the way that the recommendations are constructed is that council could choose to consult on all of those options, or council could choose to consult on only some of those options. But ideally, council would identify a preferred option, because I think that is going to help the community put their, I suppose, their energy and their voice into understanding where council's appetite is at. If council doesn't have an appetite for some of these options, then my advice is council should rule some of those options out now.
Can I just clarify, my suggestion was not all of the options, Councillor Jennings. It was 3.5 to 3.7.
Apologies, I summarised. Yes, I acknowledge you. You said, sorry, let's just repeat that, 3.5.
3.5 to 3.7, not including 3 point...
Thanks for clarifying. Yep.
Appreciate your time, Gary. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Okay. Thank you for those members of the public that participated in that, and hearing your views is always appreciated. And now we move to the item 7.5. The purpose of this report is to inform Council of the potential options to facilitate beach access at Waikawa Beach and seek further direction from Council on how it wishes to proceed. While Mr. Harvey is coming to the table, can I just move 3.1, 3.2, the report be received and recognised as not significant. Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Oh, we've got a team.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, councillors, members of the public, staff, and those joining online. I'm here today alongside Stefan and Arthur to present the report on vehicle access to Waikawa Beach. I want to start by acknowledging an error in the report in relation to the significance of this matter. The officer's advice here is that given the high level of public interest, it does trigger the significant engagement threshold, and that needs to be reflected in the report. Council, you'll recall the briefing that was held last month in respect to the topic, in which we discussed the options available and the associated challenge that they present in great detail. This report follows on from that briefing and is seeking direction on the way forward and consultation options in respect to establishing vehicle access at Waikawa Beach. As you're aware, and you've heard firsthand today, there are mixed views within the community and that this is a polarising topic. In looking at the options presented within the report, there are a number of challenges that need to be taken into consideration in determining the next steps. The consenting pathway paints a challenging picture, with most of the options presenting medium to high consenting risk, and the inclusion of river training further complicates this. Ngāti Wehiwehi support the position of the existing landowners, noting that they are the kaitiaki of their whenua. And while Ngāti Wehiwehi initially signalled that they would not support river training in conjunction with any of the options, they have since acknowledged that they would like additional information in order to form a consolidated view on this. The report attempts to outline the risks and the complexities associated with all the options in order to provide Council with the information that it needs to make a decision on the way forward. There is no doubt that this is a complex matter that requires careful consideration in order to determine the best outcome for the community and the environment. Officers are seeking direction on a preferred option and any other options that Council wish to take forward for consultation, noting that not pursuing vehicle access to Waikawa Beach could be an option that Council wishes to consider. And just for clarification, and any benefit to the community. We're just talking about access to the beach. We're not talking about vehicles being on the beach in this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Any questions for officers at all? Yes, I'll take a
Page 165, the cost of the options, it provides a figure and then says plus consenting costs, and we've heard earlier from the Mayor around complexity of that process and that it's costly. Do you have some sort of indication from Horizons or a ballpark figure? I guess I just want to understand it's kind of not in the realm of $1 million and upwards, because in my experience kind of that's how it is for consents like this.
We do got some key figures from Bofamiscal, which are based on their experience for all separate options, which indicate, for example, for the river cut, an estimated cost for 60,000. But now there is no feedback from Horizons how much it will be or the likelihood of receiving such resource consent. So that means with the complexity of the resource consent application, the related cost will rise.
Stefan, just in terms of with or without the river training, that would obviously influence that consenting issue, I assume.
For all option, resource consent would be required. Even if we found an agreement with the current landowner, resource consent for further improvement of this vehicle access, whatever that means, would be suggested, if not required, to have a resource consent. And in addition, as it's recommended to have, or we would recommend the river training to avoid the frequently diversion of the river towards to the existing vehicle access. So there are two different resource consent requirements, one for the river training in general and the resource consent for establishing structures on the beach.
One of our members of the public talked about fixing the ramp. Can you just explain what they mean by that?
I assume Gary refers about the existing vehicle access or the ramp at the bridge. The existing vehicle access, which currently is undercut again because the river has diverted to the south. At the moment, as far as I know, the river is still in place, means diverted to the south, so the repair of the river of the vehicle access at this moment is not possible. But I assume, Gary, if I understand you right, is if the river goes away and directs to the sea again, and the possibility is to re-establish the existing vehicle access, I assume that the request goes in this direction, that then the council supports the landowner in re-establishing vehicle access.
Mayor Bernie, could I please ask a question to the CEO? I find it hard to believe that a consent would cost 60,000. So, are you gonna do you support that's in their amount, or because that's pretty good if that's what we're looking at?
I wonder whether Mr. Harvey could just comment on, so Bofamiscal's estimate, that's probably on the costs associated with procuring the consent. It won't take into account the costs that may be associated if the consent requires a limited notification process and any subsequent hearings or independent decision-making process. So it's really difficult to put a number because it depends on people's reaction. But if obviously council has experience on what the Horowhenua cut process cost council, in this instance, I think you would be looking at anywhere between $150,000 to $500,000, depending on the complexity of the process.
Just interested in a question around the river training at a cost of $350,000 to $400,000, with the said consenting costs that we've just been spoken about as well. At what point in time would that need to be recompleted into the future and henceforth represent repeat costs to maintain the status quo if that option went forward? I think I've read it in the report, but some clarification would be.
Through you, Your Worship. So, are you, just for clarification, are you referring if we do a river training and the river diverts its course, what's the likelihood of it reverting back and needing to be done again? I couldn't place a definitive time frame on that one. Stefan, I'm not sure if you've.
Maybe going back in the last 25 years, 3 river cuts have been initiated. The last one in 2018. We had the diversion of the river in 2018, which was the reason for the river cut, in 2021, and now recently again. We have the expectation that such events getting more frequent. However, if you're referring to the cost for the river cut or river training, there are several options as well. So that starts with a simple trenching. We have as well some soft option, which includes the trenching and planting, and then further levels of physical works like establishing groins or protection of the river in general. So that's why we cannot really give a clear figure on what river training costs, because we haven't defined yet what the river training will be. And in addition, to come back to the consent, such application for resource consent would be then as well require what we want to do. Of establishing or receiving such consent is for as more we established in physical works, as more unlikely will be a resource consent.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you would have heard from, I think it's Leslie and Richard, first submitter, about their proposal around a sort of an alternate option where the status quo option would be essentially maintained, but then potentially this idea of an alternate access that's temporarily available when the current access is not available. Have you done any thinking, or has that been considered like prior to this report, or do you have any comments or reactions to that option?
The top and bottom of this is whatever you do, it requires a resource consent. So if you wanted to build a buckle, then you would still need to get a resource consent for that buckle. You still need to get a resource consent to use the existing, primarily in terms of river cutting, not so much if you just do exactly what you've done. So whichever way you go, you would need a resource consent. So if you had a backup area, you'd still need to go through a process to get a resource consent to have it as a backup area.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate everything that you've done, especially the quality of the report. It is very full and comprehensive, and so it's clearly laid out for us in terms of the options in front of us. So appreciate that.
Councillors, just while before we get into the discussion, as you've heard, officers are now recommending that this matter is significant. Under Standing Order 24.5, I wish to revoke the previous recommendation 3.2, that this matter or decision is recognised as not significant, and change that to as being significant in terms of Section 76 of the Local Government Act. Standing Orders requires that we must have 75% of the meeting agree to that alteration. So I'm seeking to revoke the original recommendation and change it to significant. All those in favour?
Councillor Tamihana. Thank you, Councillor Tamihana. So that is carried. Thank you. Appreciate that. So, councillors, in front of you, you now have recommendations 3.3 to 3.9.
As you've heard from officers, they are seeking some direction in terms of the recommendations that we need to go and consult with our community. Today is not making a decision, but it is seeking to have a preferred option that we can go to consult with, but may include other options that may be consulted about with as well, including the recommendation that we take no further action. All are on the table. As you've heard, it's a complex issue. It's not easy to resolve, but this is really only the first stage. We are not seeking, if you like, a decision on that, but only to direct or give advice on a preferred option. So does anyone wish to, first of all, seek some clarifications or questions on the report itself, or ask questions of the Chief Executive, or commentary?
Kia ora. I just wanted to, I'll turn my camera on, hopefully it's working. Just firstly, I wanted to thank the officers for the report that's been done. I think it's really a very thorough report. I take on board the feedback from Doc Horizons as well, and particularly around significant ecological sites. And I'm really grateful to those people that have come and presented today and shared their submissions directly with us. That's really, really great to have you in that room sharing today. My only question through you, Monique, really was to the team around the river training. My considered opinion is we can't train rivers. However, what we could probably concentrate more on is when we get to a designated site that, that's agreed to where we're going to install access, then I hope that we scale back the scope. It's not broad the whole river, but it's actually broad around how we protect the access, because I don't think we can protect from Mother Nature. So that's my only feedback.
So thank you, Councillor Tamihano. I'm just going to ask officers to come back to the table, because that was a question that maybe should be directed at them, and I just wondered, Mr. Harvey or Stefan.
Apologies.
Yep, no worries.
Apologies. What was the question? I was just on the way back here.
Really quickly, Brent, it was around the river training, and how I understand that, when you say the river training, it's quite broad and it could be taken a whole lot of spaces. I'm more interested in how we would protect the asset or the access that would be agreed to within the designation of these options. So I suppose I'm just saying, I don't want the scope to be so big that we're going to be managing an entire river system so it doesn't keep congregating south. More interested in about how we're going to actually protect the actual access way that's going to be agreed to in this process and whatever asset is installed. There you go.
Hi, Justin. Thank you for the question. The river training, let's start. The river training would be necessary for option 2, or would highly recommend it for the option 2 and 3. It would not affect that much option 4, 5, and 1. This from our perspective at the moment. And if you're talking about installation of assets, and none of the option or cost estimates are including any sealed surface or any fixed structures for the vehicle access. So the current vehicle access at Waikava Beach over the private land is established via driftwood and sand. From council perspective, we probably need to look a little bit more in bringing a more engineered approach in, because we have liability if we lease the area. But that would not be an asset like what you have in Foxton, a concrete vehicle access, a concrete way, which could be washed out or undermined in this regard.
Thank you.
Is that clear?
Yeah, I think that is. Thank you. I suppose I'm just signalling how I'm thinking as well. So, ngamihi.
Okay.
Any more questions for the officers before I let them go again? Thank you, gentlemen. I'm sensing a reluctance for anybody to propose options or none or whatever. Sorry, Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, I've got a bunch. Do you want me to put them through one by one?
Would appreciate that.
Cool. So I'd like to move 3.5 and 3.6. So that is option 3, the current access, and option 3, the current access with river training.
So do I have a seconder for that option?
Yes.
Councillor Tukapua, seconding the motion. Okay, so the recommendation is now on the table and is open for discussion.
Councillor Boyle, do you want to start that discussion?
Sure, why not? I believe this is the only option that we have EV support for. This is generally the option that all our submitters have put forward support for. I think it would be pretty logical that we consult on this option and that these are the easiest two for us to pass initially. I will foreshadow that I have some other options that I will be putting forward later.
Councillor Tukapua is seconder of the recommendation. Any comments?
Oh, just it's all in the report basically around the weightings and how each option was, you know, red or green or otherwise. The cost of it obviously is a concern of mine, and that's why I support 3 and 3A.
Councillor Jennings.
Mr. Mayor, can I just as a point of clarification, just a question to Councillor Boyle? Is it?
Yes, we can allow that.
So the question is, you've obviously foreshadowed that there's some other options you want to put into the mix in terms of potentially going consulting on. But is it your intention to then also select an option as a preferred option to go to consultation with?
I wasn't intending on raising a motion for a preferred option. That could occur later, but I'm not foreshadowing myself doing that.
I would sort of, my thinking is that because basically only option 3 with or without river training is being recommended, and until there are other options alongside that, 4, 5 or 6 or wherever they are, then until then with that, if that gets passed, then that is the preferred option with or without river training. Is that my reading of what you're suggesting?
Close enough.
Close enough. Thank you. Councillor Grimstone.
Just to widen the discussion, my concern with just going with 3.5 and 3.6 is it doesn't provide a permanent vehicular access route that's guaranteed to not be compromised by a further potential river change. And I think that that's a key point from a community perspective that I'd like to be able to have an option to consult on to take into account how important that permanent vehicular access is actually to the community, or whether a large portion of the community would accept the approach of Miss Jordan, where you let the natural environment dictate what occurs. I'm also slightly worried about the cost of river training plus potentially needing to redo that again in the future. So the add-on cost of maintaining that vehicular access at option number 3, and wonder whether if we are going out to consult, whether we do need to widen the scope to include either option 4 or option 5, noting that from an ecological environmental impact, that potentially option 4 from a consenting perspective and the environmental impact may very well be the option to consult with the wider community on, and at that point we can then make a decision regarding that piece. So that's sort of where I'm sitting. I'm not absolutely adverse to 3.5 or 3.6, but I do kind of think that hearing from the large number of the submitters today that it's the ability to get a boat or other recreational activity onto the beach is important to that community. And on that basis, when you look at potentially a one-off cost to establish and some maintenance, sort of does open up options 4 or 5 over a 3.6 where river trading is involved.
Can I provide a point of order of clarity? Well, no, it's a point of clarity. Yeah.
Reply, and before we finish, though, if that is, which may be the time that you need to bring anything up there. Councillor Jennings.
But briefly, I'm just happy to say that I support us consulting on options 3.5 and 3.6 because that's the motion on the table. I would like us to select a clear preference to go to the community with, and then interested to hear if there are other options that people want to throw into the mix. But right now, I'm indicating my support for the motion.
So, just for clarity in terms of process, if we are going to widen the scope, as Councillor Grimstone is seeking, that we might do, does that need to be part of the substantive motive first, that it's not an additional recommendation following the adoption of this? It needs to be part of that, and if that is the case, then this motion needs to be defeated or voted down, and then a new motion recommendation put, which, is that correct?
No, so
Right, and that's what I was trying to get to. There can well be another recommendation that includes 3.5 and 3.6 and also others' recommendations of that. The only stipulation would be then that we would then need to make sure that there is a preferred option as part of that recommendation. Or a following resolution that we pick one of those, yes. Okay. You can see, members of the public, why we have a little difficulty at times with process, but it needs to be make sure that we do it transparently and openly and follow procedure. So I'm just going to, first of all, give Councillor Boyle the right of reply, and then we'll vote on his recommendation.
Right of reply / clarification. I mean, initially I had said, do you want these separately so we can vote on these, inferring that there were going to be more. Clearly we need to do them all in one block. So happy to withdraw the motion entirely if the seconder would approve and put forward a motion in block with all the options that I would like.
I think we actually need to vote on the recommendation first, and then the opportunity to provide a new recommendation. I'll give you that opportunity first. The recommendation that we support options 3.5 and 3.6 is on the table. All those in favour? Against? Aye. So that's called division, because I just need to ensure that everybody is comfortable with what they're voting for and understanding in terms of
Mr. Mayor, can I offer a solution potentially that, with the permission of the mover and the seconder, that the motion be amended to say that the council consults with the community on at least option 3 and 3.A, so that then opens it up to. Yeah, I mean, otherwise. Yeah, let's come up with a process that's going to...
Yeah, look, I am concerned that if we just vote on this and vote for it, that we're precluding other options being explored. Is that correct?
I was just seeking Councillor Boyle's a bit of context around what his further recommendations are. So
well, actually, can I raise a point of order?
You can.
Look, I think the options have been made, the resolution's been sought. Everyone around that table had an opportunity to include other options they wanted in this resolution, and they didn't. So I would rather we vote on the option that's already got to the stage and carry on. Otherwise, we're just going to sit here going round and round and round.
And that is the intention. But I'm just seeking some clarification from Councillor Boyle, what his other recommendations, because he signalled that there were further recommendations to come. So I just want to give context to the rest of the table to ensure that they understand what those recommendations might be following the decision on this recommendation.
I wanted to put forward other options. I was simply saying, let's vote these two in, and then let's do more options. But you've signalled that we need them all in one block. So
No, well,
let's vote this down and get another one in.
Let's change that, because advice was originally that would be the case. Now, I think it would be okay. Well, I think we can allow further recommendations to follow this recommendation.
Point of order. I'd like to seek clarification. Now, the advice earlier was, Council, if you want to rule options out, you need to do that now, otherwise you're entertaining things later that you don't want. So, that's what I supported, that original motion. I seconded it, and I'm not prepared to change it right now.
We're not asking you to change it. We're going to vote on that.
Yeah, but what was the "and" about?
So the "and" is that somebody can put forward another motion.
After I seconded it.
Yes.
For option.
Yeah, not before.
Yeah, so she doesn't
Well, we're not making any amendments.
No, I think it was a suggestion that there would be.
Right, okay. So we're not making any amendments. The recommendation as put forward by Councillor Boyle remains, and your option, we're going to vote on that now. But we're not, without the "and", but also signalling that there may be other recommendations that follow. Yeah, I'm okay. Not clear?
Yeah, I'm not clear. Can I have clarity as to if an additional option could be added if this resolution was passed?
Please.
Through your worship, yes, you can. There is nothing stopping the table. In noting, Councillor Boyle, you've already foreshadowed that there is additional resolutions that you want the table to consider. The resolution currently on the table, which my advice to the Mayor is the vote has to run its course. There is nothing stopping additional resolutions following that, but that doesn't mean that those that vote for this resolution necessarily will vote for those resolutions that follow.
Comfortable with that? Cool.
I will, yes. Okay, so the resolution or recommendations on the table, we are calling for a division, and we'll start to my left. Councillor Boyle.
Support.
Councillor Tukapua.
For.
Councillor Young. For. Councillor Grimstone.
Against.
Councillor Barker. For. Councillor Horowhenua.
For.
Councillor Jennings. For. Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen.
For. Councillor Tamihana.
For.
And I am for also. So that resolution endorsing the consultation of 3.5 and 3.6 has been passed. Councillor Boyle.
I'd like to move 3.7 be added as a consultation option.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Grimstone, thank you. So, again, a recommendation's on the table. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, so this is, I'll speak to this because I am on the fence about this because I would support this going out for consultation to get community views, but I really want to make sure that this isn't my personal preferred option, and so I want to foreshadow that if this passes, I'll certainly be making a motion that we select a preferred option, and it's unlikely to be this one.
That is correct. If this motion passes, then we will need a further recommendation to select a preferred option. Deputy Mayor.
So my question to the mover of the motion is, what is the logic driving that recommendation? Because I think it's important that we and the community hears the logic behind the support for that going up for consultation.
Much like Councillor Jennings' statements, I support that the option goes for consultation, even though it would not be my preferred option. It is something that the community has signalled. It was what was signalled in the petition that we've received, despite some questionableness on the number of signatures in that. I would like to see it as a consultation option. And yeah, I mean, foreshadowing, I still have further options I intend to put forward.
Councillor Tupapua.
I'll just read straight from DOC and Horizons, their view on option 4. Not supported due to Indigenous dominated habitats on the active and stable dune areas. And Horizons, they see it as high risk due to disturbance of rare Indigenous habitat in the dunes, narrow width of location, and it would be problematic as it limits ability to avoid the high habitat value areas. So if that's what Horizon says, and we'd have to go and ask them permission to go there, and then you get in, yeah, sorry, that's not an option for me.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, sorry, the previous thing was a question. So just my thoughts on this. I mean, just the logic so far is because it's one of the views of the community, but I just wonder why we wouldn't consult on all the options in that case. I think we have to have express some underpinning belief in the robustness of that as an option in order to go out with it. And I'm not convinced that we've said that at the table. I am convinced that there's reasons to question that option. So those are my thoughts on it.
Councillor Grimston.
Yeah, I kind of accept the point of view that we want an option on the table to be debated, and it may not be the preferred option on the table. But back to the points I spoke about earlier, potentially it's going to be the only option that provides a permanent, as climate-free solution at essentially a one-off cost for our community. And for that reason alone, that's why it should be considered. Second point of order, the submission that came through, very clearly gave us a steer that the Ramakai Grove was where they wanted a permanent vehicular access to be put on. Now, I don't necessarily believe that that is the voice of the community, and I think it's really important we give the community an opportunity to say no to that option of putting in access very clearly at option 4, which then does give us a steer very back to the option 3 potentially being the option for the community. Whereas at the moment, it's very split on the submissions, on what we read online, on the position of the people that we've heard today around that option. So I think it is important that it is on the table to be consulted on, and then we can make an informed decision. And I acknowledge Councillor Tukapua's reference to the fact that it isn't DOC's options, preferable options, and there are some ecological concerns that we need to weigh up in making a final decision. But today is about, do we have a preference and what should we go and consult on? And I think giving an option is including option 4 gives the community an opportunity to give us a very clear steer around what they want.
Kia ora koutou. My hand is up, Mayor Bernie.
Sorry, Councillor Tamihana, I can't see your hand, sorry. Just button what you are. Thank you.
No, that's all right. Sorry about that. Look, I have noted that I have to leave for 30 minutes and return, but before you vote on this, I'd just like to signal that I don't support the motion to include 3.7. Permanence is only as long as Mother Nature determines. It crosses Wahitapu and significant ecological sites, so therefore I won't be supporting this motion, and I'll be back in half an hour. Thank you.
So, Councillor Tamihana, we're about to have the vote. You can't spare a couple of more minutes?
If you're really quick and make me first.
Well, I just need to ensure that the rest of the table has spoken if they wish.
Kapai.
Councillor
I have spoken. I'm just checking the question with officers. That fourth location, or the one that's on the table now, mentions that it requires a new toilet facility. Is that true? Or we can do without that if this goes ahead?
Through you, Your Worship, I think we can do without that initially. It's probably more about the access to the beach at this point.
Okay, so
The recommendation for 3.7 is on the table, being moved and seconded. Calling a division again. This time I'll start with Councillor Tamihana.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Allen,
Against.
Councillor Jennings,
For.
Councillor Horowhenua,
Against.
Councillor Barker,
For.
Councillor Grimstone,
For.
Councillor Young,
For.
Councillor Tukapua,
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
Against.
And I am for.
That's inequality of votes.
So, because there is only 10 of us here today, we've split down the middle. So the motion is lost.
Can I put forward another motion now?
Yes, you may.
It's unrelated.
Unrelated.
I'd like to put forward a new motion 4.0 that council consults with the community on the option of no vehicle access way being established.
Can we question the proposer on it?
It's got to get on the table first. You're going to second the motion. So seconded by Councillor Grimstone. Okay, so the matter's up for discussion.
I'll be really quick. I absolutely hate the idea and won't support it.
I'll be really quick. Question-wise, does the mover move the motion? It's important that we just have that opening discussion, I think.
Yep. Councillor Boyle.
Happy to speak on that. The views of local iwi consultant were pretty clear that in principle they don't support any vehicular access to the beach. A number of people I've spoken to about this say, we don't want vehicles on the beach, we hate vehicles on the beach, except for my vehicle. I'd like to drive my boat down there and do my stuff, but most other people, those hoons that come up, I would like to see the community have their say on all the options. This is one of the options, and I think it's worth knowing categorically if no vehicle access is preferred for them over the other options.
Some advice. So the Chief Executive is going to provide some advice to the table.
Through your worship, I just want to note, and I'm sure that Councillor Boyle will be able to clarify his intention, is that it is important that you don't confuse this with a policy objective of a future bylaw that might consider vehicles on a beach. So this is not about vehicles. I think it's important Councillor Boyle clarifies for the table, but also the public who are watching, that this isn't about council vehicles on the beach, it's about access to the beach.
Councillor Boyle, you wish to...
I just wish to confirm that yes, that's the intention, as worded in the motion, is the option of no vehicle access way being established.
Thank you. So, Councillor Grimstone, did you have a no? Okay. Any further discussion or debate? Councillor Tupapoa.
Interesting. I didn't see that one coming, and I mean, I don't know which way I'll vote just yet. But what I will say is we'll get a new state highway soon. The current state highway that is won't be many cars. So actually from that point out to Otaki, pretty quick trip in another 80, well, however long it takes to build. And yeah, it sounds like Otaki people come down this way already. You can still access it without the vehicles potentially for a point in time. There's still the pedestrian ways, and not so long ago I traversed, I think the one further down, either 4 or 5, location 4 or 5, when I was heavily pregnant, and I still managed to get out there, and I was pulling a chili bin, and yeah, anyway. I kind of think, oh, and by the way, I chair Access and Inclusion Committee, which is for our disabled community, and we recently got a number of mobility, all-terrain chairs and things free for community to use at any time, and I think you pick them up at the aquatic centre in another location. But yeah, there's because I hear that that's a concern to get people out onto the beach. So there's, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Look, I'm not going to support this motion. I believe that after consultation, there's still an opportunity to say we don't want vehicular access, that we can still make that decision if we don't like the consultation, well, the preferred options and the report that we get. So I don't want to preclude anything at the moment. Your right of reply, yes, you may.
Right of reply to not asking the community if they want no vehicle access is foolish. I think if we went for consultation on options and were given a clear option that people wanted option 3A and then chose no vehicle access, yeah, I'd find that abhorrent. So I think it would be better to ask them up front, do you want this option, or do you want no vehicle access at all?
I need to seek some clarification there, because my thinking is that we go to consultation, we get a report back from the community in terms of what their preferred option is, and then we say, well, we don't want to follow that recommendation, we're going to vote against it. Do we have to grant vehicular access if we say that that's what we're going to the community with? Because that seems, we're making a decision there.
Through your worship, our advice has been that this triggers significance. Because it triggers significance, and because we're talking about future or not future access, if council would like to would like to ultimately make a decision that might consider not providing vehicular access onto the beach, then you should include this in consultation. Otherwise, hypothetically, if you consult on 3.5 and 3.6, and then following submissions you look to make a decision that is different to 3.5 or 3.6, you will need to consult with the community again. And the rationale for that is because when we step back and look at our significance and engagement policy, look at the public gallery, there is a high public interest in this. We must follow the Section 82 consultative requirements.
Is everyone clear on that process then? Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, look, sorry, I think this is a point of order, but I'll frame it in a way that hopefully gets there. look, I have a real issue with this option as it even being on the table because there's absolutely no analysis other than one sentence in the entire report to support this option even being on the table. So I have a real problem with it even being entertained as an option at this point because a robust analysis, the risk assessment, the body of work that went in behind all those other options is simply not there. So how can we possibly make an informed decision about whether this is actually even a viable option to go out to the community with? Even if we go ahead with the motion, I would be urging elected members not to support this because I just don't think it's fundamentally right in terms of a process as well as the substantive decision.
I just want to then ensure that councillors are aware that if we do not pass this motion, then when the consultation goes out, it will only include 3.6 and 3.7, and that if then after that the decision comes back to council and we do not support either one of those recommendations, then we will need to go and consult again. Is that the right understanding of the process? Understand? Okay. So again, is there any further discussion? Yes, it has. Okay, so you've spoken, Councillor Grimstone. Is there?
I don't think I spoke to this particular issue. Again, similar to the same debate that I had, which we got split on last time, that if we do not present this as an option to our community, we don't really know. I take Councillor Jennings' point that it is a one line in this and it wouldn't appear to be an appetite, but if we do not include it, we have no option to go there if we sit down and just consider the 3.5 and 3.6 as presented. So I feel we need a get out of jail clause around our decision making, and this option may be something the community really wants to put forward.
Okay, calling for division. We'll start with Councillor Boyle. For. Councillor Tukapua.
For.
Councillor Young.
Against.
Councillor Grimstone. For. Councillor Barker. For. Councillor Horowhenua.
For.
Councillor Jennings.
Very against.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen.
Passionately for.
And I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to vote for. Just checking that Councillor Tamihana is not currently present. No, he's not. Okay. So this time we will have a decision. So the motion is defeated. Carried. I nearly said the wrong thing, didn't I? Councillor Boyle.
I'd like to put forward another item for consultation that is not an option. Is that permissible at this stage to be included in the consultation, but is not an option?
A new motion you're talking. Or you just...
It's an add-on.
So... Yeah.
It relates to the context. Shall I read it out and you can determine?
Yeah, sure.
Now. So I put it in as 4.1. The council consults with the community on their support for a targeted rate to fund the establishment and maintenance of Waikawa Beach to support vehicle access.
Councillor Boyle, I can't read that.
Through you, Your Worship, my advice to the table is that if that resolution, Councillor Boyle, was constructed in a way where council committed to considering it as part of the review of its revenue and financing policy as part of the long-term plan. Because the introduction of a targeted rate is a review of our revenue and financing policy. It's part of those fun things called rate reviews. And so there is nothing stopping us at an operational level going and asking that question about what do you think of a targeted rate to help fund this work. But for that to actually have any meaning through this consultation process is very difficult in the absence of a review of our revenue and financing policy, which my advice is best done through the long-term plan process.
I'm happy with it being a relatively meaningless part of the consultation process where we're simply asking how much do you want this? Is it worth enough that you would like to pay for it as a targeted rate, or people can provide feedback that they think this has a sufficient district-wide benefit that this should be paid for by everyone, as some of us may think.
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, I suppose my response to that, Councillor Boyle, is that if the intent is that it won't actually allow a decision through this process, but it will inform maybe future consideration or future decisions as per our LTP process, then I'd be happy to take the intent and signal of the table and that just to be things that we do and how we shape the consultation material and it not requiring a formal resolution.
Yeah,
in that case, if you're happy to put it as a yes/no question in the bottom of the consultation, and yeah, we don't need the motion at all. Happy to withdraw.
Thank you. No further recommendations that you've got on the two?
Nothing from me.
Nothing from you. Okay, cool. In that case,
Just need to check whether any other options are being promoted by
yeah. Councillor Boyle's indicated that he's got no further recommendations. Do any other councillors have any? Councillor Jennings.
Well, I was just going to move that Council adopt option 3 as its preferred option for the purposes of consultation.
I'll second that.
Councillor Tukapu, second that. I just want to check, I suppose, that
With 3 and 3A being very similar, do we need to still make a preferred option?
Well, yes, because
Well,
because we put the ridiculous no vehicular access option on the table. Yeah.
Councillor Jennings, do you wish to speak to that first?
I think I just said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Tukapu is the seconder. Any further comment to make?
It's basically status quo with some improvements. It's obviously the lowest cost option. And might I add, if option 1 was on the table, that $3.5 million job, I certainly would have supported a targeted rate. But at this cost, no, I think the burden or the price can be shared across the district. You know, everyone else uses Hoki or Waitarere, Foxton Beach, and we all pay for that too. So I see this as same.
Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Okay, in that case, again, Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and write a reply before you do so. Yeah. Look, my just very simple is that if people value and think that vehicle access at Waikawa Beach is important, they need to make sure that their voice is heard through this consultation process, whether it's option 3 or 3A. But I believe that it's important that we've adopted a preferred option. 3 as close as possible to status quo, I think, is an appropriate starting point, and we'll be able to hear from the community whether there is support or appetite to invest further ratepayer funds into that. I guess that more complex but bigger picture, that option 3A. So if you want to maintain vehicle access at Waikawa Beach, urge you to participate and vote for this option.
We'll start with the Deputy Mayor this time. For Councillor Jennings. For Councillor Horowhenua. For Councillor Barker. For Councillor Grimstone. For Councillor Young. For Councillor Tukafua. Councillor Boyle. For. And I am also for. Okay, so I think, have we finished with that topic? Thank you. We are also now going to change the agenda items and ask the Horowhenua Company to present the annual report. But firstly, I'm going to have a 5-minute break, allow some conversations, and those from the Waikawa Beach community who are here, who probably don't want to listen to any more, welcome to stay, of course, but thank you very much for tuning out today. We appreciate that this is an item of great interest in your community, but appreciate your input into this, and we'll no doubt hear from you when we do the consultation. Thank you.
Would councillors please resume their seats? I knew that would be. So, welcome back, councillors. We're now moving to item 7.6, which is the. Sorry, no, we're not. We're moving to 8.3, which is on page 259, which is the Horowhenua Company Limited end of year report for Economic Development Services, July 2022 to June 2023. And I'm going to ask the GM for that area, David, to introduce our participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. Look, it's a good opportunity to be able to introduce the team from the Horowhenua Company here, and they will introduce themselves in a moment. A reminder that this topic today is part of the Economic Development Services, where Council currently contracts that to the Horowhenua Company to deliver on our behalf. And this is the end of year report. It's one of the requirements of the contract that we have with the company, that they complete an end of year report and then come and present that to the public and elected members in this case. And so this is a report that reflects and captures the activities and the things that have been delivered over that period between July 2022 and June 2023, which is essentially the middle year of the 3-year contract. And so, obviously attached to my short cover report here was the end of year report, and today the team are going to talk through that, add a bit more colour and go into some of the detail, and obviously be prepared to answer questions that you may have of that. And so I'm going to start by handing over to the Chair of the Horowhenua Company, Brendan Duffy, who's joined by two of the team from the Horowhenua Company today as well.
Thanks, David. Kia ora, Your Worship and councillors, almost said fellow councillors then. It's fantastic to be back in the room and to have a discussion with you in some detail around the work that the company delivers on your behalf. In terms of introductions, I'd like to just recognise the team that are here in support today. So Hendrix Warren from the company, from the staff of the company, and to also recognise Ashley, who's part of your team, and make that acknowledgement that for the past 3 months our CEO has taken leave, and during that time Ashley has taken over the acting CEO role at the company. And if ever there was an example of a great relationship between our two organisations, I don't know a better example than that. And so to the CEO, I want to make the acknowledgement to you. Thank you for allowing that to occur. There's only 1 more week to go and those 3 months are up. But I just want to reinforce my thanks. In terms of my role, having only joined in April of this year, it's a relatively short period of time. I want to acknowledge or highlight, if I can, just some items in the report that I think help reflect and reinforce the work that we're doing, which really, is part of our work on your behalf. Before I go into those points in the paper, I'd also like to acknowledge in the gallery the chair of the trust, Anthony Young, and also board member on the trust, Stu Bassini. So thanks for their attendance here today, which is again that reinforcing of that relationship that we have. If we go to the report, the key things I'd highlight in the report on page 3 in the introduction, just to reinforce the work that was done on that 26 seasons business, the $2 million. That's not an insignificant amount of money the company's worked very, very hard in the background to assist in securing for a business in Foxton, which I think we'd all agree is incredibly important and also particularly exciting. Bottom paragraph, the work that's been done on establishing women in business. Always hard to get new groups established, but I think you'd agree that having that model as well is adding value. And of course, coordinating a Foxton business breakfast. I'd like to think there was more, not just the one, but I'm sure that will happen in due course. Also, in the report, as I roll over to the end of the report, just recognising that the dialogue that we have with one of your officers, your senior officer, David McCorkindale, is equally as valuable. So as we work through our delivery of the contract, those engagements that we have through your officers, I think you'll agree, has helped us to deliver a report that I hope that you're particularly happy with. If we go over to key achievements on page 7 of the report, clearly the most important is the first paragraph there in terms of O2 and L. You'll all understand that probably better than I about the amount of work that you and your team does in the background. Can I just though recognise that though this report is to the end of June, I just need to highlight that last night there was a meeting in Levin. There were some 80 businesses in attendance. That piece of work was run by Hendricks and his team, and I especially want to acknowledge attendance of Councillor Jennings there last night. If ever there was an example of a serious piece of work engaging with the broadest number of businesses possible to highlight to them the potential and the value of O2 and L, last night was there were a significant number of businesses confirmed attendance, as is usual in our community. Not all of them turn up on the night, but to have 80 businesses there and the level of information made available, I think you'd agree, I'm sure Councillor Jennings can add to it, is quite significant. Just rapidly moving through the rest of the report, through to the achievements and deliverables. Clearly our contract is due up for review. You're going to want to know how well we are performing or not. You've read the report and you'll see. But I just particularly want to highlight the customer satisfaction number there on page 13, almost at the bottom on the right. 89% of those surveyed would refer THL. That's a 10% increase from last year, would refer the Horowhenua company. That's a pretty impressive number for the work that the company's doing in the community, and I just wanted to highlight that. In conclusion, can I just go to the last page, which is planned activities. That's a one-page summation of what's in front of us, of what we feel strongly needs to be worked on. There is a question that I'm going to ask Ashley to respond to that came through from Councillor Allen in terms of activity in Foxton, so I'll have that answered shortly. But if there's one line missing in this report, you always reflect afterwards, after it's gone out. If there's a line missing, it needs to be that all of this work is to be done in relationship and partnership with council. We're not in isolation, we're not in separation, and I wish that I'd had that written in there before we got it printed. But I just want to reinforce to you that now, having had 6 months in the role, got my head around it, got the seats around where we're wanting to go, it's not a separation of the we's, it's a collective of us, and I'm looking forward to the review as our contract is up for review, how that model might work, and what is it that we need to improve on or do better so that we can deliver greater and stronger back into our communities. Because essentially at the end of the day, those of us, or those on the trust, are there for the same reason that the people are on the company, to make a difference into our community. And I just conclude by acknowledging that the trust makes the appointments to the company, and I think you'll agree that the recent appointments that they've made, I'm not highlighting myself, but the 2 new appointments, no, seriously, I'm not, the 2 new appointments I think they made are outstanding, absolutely outstanding, and I'm really, really pleased with the way the company's performing at the moment. So those are my overarching summaries, Your Worship, in relation to the report, the annual report. But I wouldn't, if you can just allow me, for Ashley to give a bit of an update on that one question that came through from Councillor Allen.
Certainly. Thank you.
And before I do that, there was just one other piece that I'd like to highlight, which is around the Kanoa funding, is that TechClaim. It was on the very cusp of July, but TechClaim also received funding from Kanoa, and the company were heavily involved in that. And one of the, we have done a bit of work with TechClaim, and one of the pieces of work was an inward investment report, which talked to 11 businesses and got an insight on why they moved to the Horowhenua, and what was that, why was that, how were they feeling, and one of those companies was TechClaim. And so to help them with their inward investment and get the funding that they received, they were able to employ people within this district, and they are a big employer around here. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. Through you, Your Worship, in terms of answering the question from Deputy Mayor Allen, around our work within Foxton, we have started to do work in Foxton. There has been a couple of business breakfasts. We have been working with Te Awaho Foxton Community Board on that, and we intend to continue that relationship and see what more we can do within Foxton. We are part of the Foxton Futures Group, and we'll continue to play an active role on that. That is led by Council, but we would like to continue and be seen as part of that. Also, through some of the other parts of the company, so the RBP, which falls outside of this contract, we will also be doing work in there, and anything that through that around business support that falls in economic development will come through, and we'll be delivering that as well. Sorry, happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, Deputy Mayor?
Well, look, first of all, to acknowledge the two business breakfasts. I was unable to get to the second one, but had a lot of feedback on it. And the first one, just to acknowledge the leadership shown by the company. They really gave a shot in the arm to those good people, businesses in particular, who wanted stuff to happen but needed a way to coordinate their aspirations. So that was very valuable. My question, I'm going to sharpen it up a little bit with respect. So, understood that that the company now is engaged in Foxton, wonderful. Acknowledge also that it is part of Foxton Futures, wonderful, because Foxton Futures now has a breath of fresh air. It is more than just Save Our River Trust now, as we all acknowledge. But I guess I was really wondering if the company had turned its mind to the particular skills and expertise that it will bring to Foxton Futures. What value do you see the company adding to Foxton Futures? That was really where I was getting. I was wondering if you had specific thoughts about the value add that the company can do.
Through Your Worship. Deputy Mayor Allen, so one of the key areas is with business support. So as identified in the report, we have brought on board an additional resource through the previous 12-month period, and that resource is charged with managing the regional partners, regional network, RBP, Regional Business Partners Network. So their role is to meet with local businesses, including in the Te Awaho Foxton area, and discover what their business is about, how we can support them through various training opportunities that are out there within the RBP network, and through the relationship with MB, the RBP actually provides a discounted rate of 50% payment into that training as well, so supporting businesses actively to help them achieve what their aspirations are.
Can I just sharpen that up even more? Clearly, when we start these projects, there's an element of I really wonder whether it will make any difference mentality, and it's going to take some time to get businesses to really, as it has frankly in this town, it takes an enormous amount of energy to get that sector to see the value of even asking questions and participating. So I think one of the things that comes out of this, Deputy Mayor Allen, is who are the individuals locally who can really ramp up and be the what's the word? The leaders, the champions. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. Because going into a community and trying to have those discussions, you never know which door you're supposed to knock on. So if out of this discussion there can be some sense of understanding, is it the chair of the community board, is it the local councillor, or is it a local champion that's got a bit of a networking thing going on that we can elevate the engagement? Because frankly, at the end of the day, it's just good chatting and networking that actually makes one heck of a difference.
Councillor Jennings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start off with a bit of a preamble and then I'll eventually land on a question, all right? So just fair warning.
I need to turn the stopwatch on.
Look, I did want to acknowledge last night's session at Hendricks and team. It was really fantastic, and walked out of there and could see there was a bit of a buzz and a bit of excitement around the room. And it probably, all of a sudden, for some people, kind of the project felt a little bit more real. And that was particularly because there was a really good handout and some slides that sort of showed the various areas where the alliances will be procuring services, goods, and it was actually far wider than I ever anticipated. And so it was really clear from last night that there's a real focus on that, creating that legacy and building skills and really giving this community a real opportunity to benefit from this project. And it dawned on me, and it's really great to see on page 15 in terms of the planned activities coming for the 23-24 year, that this is obviously O2L and helping businesses is a really key priority. And I guess last night really dawned upon me how important that, or how critical that navigator supporter role is going to be, particularly because NZTA or Waka Kotahi were flagging the layers of bureaucracy and the things that various businesses are still going to need to navigate through actually putting forward their best foot forward to actually tender for some of this work. And ultimately, it's all about trying to keep as much money here as we can from this project in this community. And so the question is, and you've already sort of done a little bit of it in the planned activities, but I'd really ask you to sort of define the company's role and that value add that you think you can offer through this opportunity to really help navigate and support those businesses. Like, if you're happy to talk to that, because I think that is, right now, that is a fundamental opportunity on our doorstep, and we're going to need someone to play that role.
Through your worship. Thanks, Councillor Jennings, for that question in the preamble. Absolutely. So where we see ourselves right now is at the start line. The work, considerable amount of work that's gone on before last night's information session was getting to that start line. So where we're at now, working and supporting Waka Kotahi and iwi partners, is really gaining an understanding of the size of the need from local businesses, and then figuring out a way how we can support that. We had a speaker last night who has developed a Tender Ready portal, which is really going to be beneficial, particularly for those businesses at the startup phase, or those businesses that have not tendered themselves for opportunities of this scale. So understanding their position, and then navigating and supporting those businesses through that tender ready process, getting them pre-qualified, so when the opportunity does arise for them to put forward their business for some of the working opportunities, then they're going to be in a strong position to put their best foot forward for those contracts.
I just have a little follow-up question. I'll just be real quick, I promise. And so, do you see the company playing a role in potentially, and one of the examples they gave last night was that there may be opportunities for two different businesses that want to tender to work that would need a foreman to perhaps come together to then just employ one foreman, so it makes the proposition more viable or just beneficial, the less daunting for the companies. Do you see the company playing a role in trying to bring some businesses together to sort of form those kind of opportunities? I don't want to say joint ventures, but trying to bring different players together, perhaps to try and better put forward put themselves into the mix.
Certainly with in collaboration with Waka Kotahi and the iwi partners, absolutely. If there are opportunities that businesses can be involved in a joint venture together, they may be able to identify that themselves, but it's also having, an insight to the different range of businesses that are looking for those opportunities as well, and that's where we can play a part in.
So just to add to that, so we're not going to go out and pick business A and business B and say come together and create a joint venture and go and put a bid in. What we're going to be doing is the hand holder. If we sense an opportunity where people have an interest and we can connect them, fantastic. And I mean, look, the simplest example could be the local shop that makes sausage rolls. Dare I mention food at the moment? But if you mention, somebody must supply food to the gazillions of people that are going to come in. And so, what is that little business now? And what might it look like if it got its act together? And then what might the support be to allow that to occur? That's at the micro level. At the macro level, the big guys are already up and running. So how do we get these other businesses to see the opportunity? So we've got 1,380 businesses on our mail list. 80 attended last night. 80 people. So there's a big tap of networking out there and big opportunities. And frankly, the economic value of this to our community, you all know, I don't need to articulate it.
Councillor Tamihan has got a question.
Kia ora koutou. Mi ana ki a koe e te whanaunga Hendricks, o te rā Brendan Ashley Ma, tēnā koutou. Thank you for your report and the hard work I can see that you have been conducting inside the company. Just want to just support Sam around the feedback he provided around last night's hui, and I think that's really exciting. And it's a breath of fresh air actually to hear that perhaps some people inside the project do have the community's interests at heart, and maybe that's been realised now. So congratulations to those in the project that are trying to localise outcomes and have legitimate legacy outcomes for our district and community. There's 2 points I just wanted to ask to consider. One was in your report on page 15 around Live in CBD. Brendan, you'll hear me say this several times, your reference to taitoko. I'm in opposition to the use of the name, so I'm just going to leave that there and you guys can deal with that how you like. But this is Live in. And then my second point is going to be, there have been discussions around council about the role of the company and where the company sits. I'm interested to know what your guys' thoughts are around the Horowhenua Company Limited being brought back in-house to council. It'd be good to get some general feedback from you guys about what that,
Justin, sorry, I'm going to preempt that conversation because that is a conversation that is going to be taken over the next little while, and we've already endorsed, the extension of the, there are discussions underway in terms of what that contract looks like. So I don't want to sort of, ask.
I'm not referring to the contract. I'm referring to a conversation about the fact that currently the entity operates how it does. What I'm signalling was, if there was a move or even a suggestion that the company would trade internally, well, I'm just asking for how would they feel about that? How does that affect their business? But anyway, if it doesn't want to be discussed here, that's fine. I can put it in writing.
Just going to check with the Chief Executive that is probably not a topic for discussion presently.
obviously councillors have given me some direction, and I've met with the company this morning to embark on that process. It probably feels unfair to have this conversation in a public forum on the basis that there is some sensitivity around people. So my advice to you, Your Worship, is that that's a conversation that councillors should pick up with the company in a more appropriate channel.
Oh, sorry, I thought the company was public to council, but however, I'll be corrected. I'm happy to save it for another day.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. No, it's just a report. So all we're going to do is receive the report shortly. Thank you, team. Yeah, really appreciate it. Well, just in closing, I want to acknowledge, Brendan, your role in terms of taking on this thing. As you alluded to, sometimes the amount of interest in the economic development section of this community sometimes doesn't get the sort of support it deserves, and so I want to just acknowledge the fact that you've stepped up and again taken on a position to help this community, and also Hendrix, your involvement and the rest of the team, we do appreciate it. But I just wanted to acknowledge Ashley and her involvement in one, taking on a role that probably she got a bit of a surprise at when it was proposed to her, and I'm sure that it's added immense value to her development in terms of that, and I'm sure she's contributed as well hugely to the operation. In saying that, one of the things that I talked to the Chief Executive about is that this report doesn't sort of involve financials, and obviously as distributors of money to organisations, we need to be held accountable to our ratepayer base in terms of what that means. And I have asked the Chief Executive to give us a bit more clarity about how that money is accounted for and what activities it's spread across. So just, forewarning you in terms of that sort of thing, because I do think it's important as we head into the future conversations we understand that better. But thank you very much for your attendance this afternoon. Also acknowledging Stuart and Anthony's presence as well. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, just a couple of quick ones. Is that allowed?
A question?
Yeah.
Who to? Oh.
Yeah.
You need to be quicker.
Okay. Well, I wasn't quite sure where it was going, and then there was this awful pause sort of. Right. Okay. So really quickly, you've mentioned Kanua and Techland, but I wanted to touch on the business in Foxton, the strawberry one that got $2 million. If you could just provide just a bit more detail around that, how that was achieved, and then there is mention of KCDC a bit in here. Do you see more of building that relationship or between the company and their, I guess, equivalent down there? Obviously the business awards is something that we've always done together, but do you see anything else more to that? And my only comment would be around, well, first of all, if you haven't been to a BA5, elected members, get along to one. But that Futures Day, which is awesome for our young people, I don't want to neglect just as important as the Teachers' Day Out, because there's a thing, perception versus reality. You've got to understand that a lot of teachers that work in our community don't necessarily live here. They commute here, and so they don't know what's going on locally across our businesses, and they get quite a bit of a shock and wow, you got, and I've heard that from many teachers directly, and it's changed their view, and also in the way in which they promote or not promote with the young people what the options truly are here. So those two questions up front, but that was my. Thank you very much.
Through your worship. Kia ora, Councillor Tukapua. Yes, through the with 26 seasons, so they're the vertical growers. They grow strawberries, very much innovative in what they're doing and how they're doing it. So with regards to the Kānoa funding, so our Chief Executive supported through navigating them through the application process and the funding process. Our CE has an in-depth knowledge of the Kānoa funding process, so that proved very invaluable to being able to secure that loan grant for $2 million to assist them in upscaling their business. So maybe an example of some of the expertise we have in different areas that we can support local businesses. In terms of Futures Day or the Teachers Day Out, so THCL, the company, did host a group of teachers from our local secondary schools to numerous businesses. Genoese were among them and a couple of others, and Hemp Connect as well. And yeah, that's certainly something that we had some positive feedback from the teachers, and as you mentioned, it does sort of open their eyes a little bit around some of those opportunities that from a very small sample size that we took out to on that day, and some of the opportunities that are available to our young people in the district. And as you mentioned, with Futures Day, over that period we had 2 Futures Day events, which we exposed Year 10 students from all 3 secondary schools, Wewapehu, Horowhenua and Manawatu, 12 businesses, which was across around about 800 students. So again, those students get an insight of what working life looks like from a perspective that they can also have careers locally, and that does open the eyes of some of these students and can be a real catalyst for them to really engage in their education.
Specifically in relation to the question around Carpe Diem, I think that's best answered by how we, the collective we, wish to engage. So at the moment, we're practical. There'll be those discussions that are occurring across the boundary, but this Horowhenua company's focus is Horowhenua, and if we just reflect back on Foxton, I think we've got a lot of work to do within the boundary. But where we go across the boundary that's of mutual advantage, absolutely. And you mentioned the Business Award, which is the most extraordinary example of cross-boundary relationship and partnership. But beyond, I don't think we as the Horowhenua company are as au fait as where the council's at in terms of what it sees in terms of its relationship. There's not an area I don't think we could comment on.
Thank you again.
So we go back to 7.1. Sorry, we go back to 7.1.
Oh, sorry. So just in light of that, can we just move 2.1 and 2.2 of that report, that the report be received and recognised it's not significant. Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Now we're back to the meat of our meeting in terms of the reports and more process information. So we are now going to page number 9 and 7.1, the adoption of the statement of proposal and supporting information for the proposed changes to the rates remission and postponement policy. And I see Jacinda and Pei-Shan coming to the table. While they do so, can I move 3.1 and 3.2 that the report be received? Seconded by Councillor Jennings. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. So, as part of the rates review process, or as part of the long-term plan, this The rates review was identified as part of Council's top 10 priorities, so this is a continuation of delivering on the last part of that priority. And really, what we heard from the table as part of setting the long-term plan amendment was that there was a desire to get the changes through in terms of the potential additional options in terms of rates postponement to be done as part of this financial year rather than necessarily as part of the long-term plan. So there were 2 workshops in relation to this policy. This policy is intended to be consulted in October, November, and the intention is that it will be able to be heard, deliberated on, and adopted before the end of this calendar year. The legal review has recently been completed, and as part of that legal review, as I emailed you all last evening, there were some minor changes made. It was a good, thorough review, and so that we will be adopting an amended policy today so that it incorporates those final changes that were identified as part of that review. One thing I wanted to just mention as part of finalising it, and it is in relation to this council is a little bit unique in that we have a separate rates remission policy for Māori freehold land. And so what we would intend to do is, as part of the long-term plan, is look to wrap that policy up into the overall rates remission policy. There are, through investigation and conversations with legal as well, there's some potential amendments in terms of wording and the way that the policy is put together. As part of the Rating Act, it's some recommended to make sure that it's more in line with Te Ture Whenua, the Māori Land Act. And so what I would suggest is this policy can continue to go ahead, but as part of finalising the long-term plan and going up for consultation, we'd look to bring those 2 policies together. So that is all of the comments.
Any questions for Jacinda or Patient?
Just a minor little point for me, Jacinda. In 2.2, the proposal aims to provide additional options for older people. Are we being a bit ageist in that respect? In terms of this, I assume a policy would apply across all demographics. It doesn't. It is only for older people.
The absolute huge majority of the intent of the policy is for those that are over 65.
Right. So even those that are struggling to pay their rates ordinarily don't have the opportunity to apply for a remission or postponement?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
2-prong. Okay, understood. Thank you. No worries. Councillor Tukupa.
Yes, I've got a couple of, 5, 6, 7 things. Some really quick. So, you sent out the revised or most recent policy yesterday by email with one I've looked at. And part 1, they've added wastewater. I just want to know why stormwater is not included like it is in part 14, number 6. Maybe it's just an error. Under part 5 of remissions, how do we know when there's a change in circumstances if their future remission in this case becomes automatic? And then part 7, who, how much and who pays for the valuation service provider? Part 16, number 8.
Councillor Chukwa, I might, just because they're quite technical questions, we might, if it's okay, we might need to just go through them one at a time, if that's okay, because they are a little bit more technical in nature. So if that's okay, if we could start at the start, it would be great.
Oh yeah. So the blue obviously is what Simpson and Grierson come back with their advice, and so they've added wastewater. I wanted to understand why stormwater is not included when it is for remission 14, number 6. I'm just looking for consistency.
So the only reason that part there was changed around was because we had mentioned sewer rates rather than wastewater rates, and so because stormwater is a capital value based charge versus a targeted charge. In that instance, that's why it references those. But when the initial policy was put together, it still referenced sewer rates, which in our funding policy, we talk about wastewater rather than sewer. So it was to be consistent from that perspective.
Okay. The change of circumstances in remission 5, because this is one that rolls over, like they don't have to apply year on year, it becomes automatic. But how are we checking that their situation is still the same? Because in other remissions, there is that checkpoint, but in this one, there's not.
Thanks. So for that one, the main intent of that one around the need not to apply is because it's for very small pieces of land that are very much, it's highly unlikely that position is going to change, because they're small pieces of land that it's, for all intents and purposes, can't be used well for anything else. So the reason was from an efficiency perspective, so that they wouldn't have to keep applying.
Okay. Remission 7, who will be paying for the evaluation service provider?
It's a good question. At this stage, the council does. There's a certain number of valuations that they will do, but that particular question in terms of how many we do and how many are additional costs on us. At this stage, the council pays. That could be something that could change, though, if there was an appetite for that.
Yeah, I think there should be, because remitting means they don't have to pay rates, but then we're incurring these costs to determine it through external providers or whoever you see doing that, and then we, effectively the ratepayers having to pick up the bill.
For this particular remission, it is covered under our contract with our service provider. So they do it as part of the service they provide to us to maintain our rating information database. And so it is not an additional cost as such when we process those applications.
It's an annual fee, all inclusive, but still there's a benefit to the remitted. Okay. Remission 16, number 8. Are you referring to the annual setting of proposed 50,000, or is this different?
So with this one, the proposal in front of you today is that because we currently we couldn't afford to fund this particular remission at the moment without finding alternate savings, so that was one of the key reasons why one of the proposal in front of you is to not apply it until 1 July, so that we have the option to put through this long-term plan process the funding for that remission. So it would be additional. That 50 was an intention to ring fence it as well, because there are a number. I think it's 100. There are a number of additional units out there. It's very difficult at this stage and you'll see it in the statement of proposals in terms of potential financial impact. It's very difficult to tell which ones are likely to apply or not, and so that's why that proposal to limit it to the 50.
Okay. But then once it's in policy, I mean, that's it, and it might be an amount set year differently. Okay, that's for everyone to think about. Remission 17, the special circumstances. So, reading the policy, it's 2,500 for an officer or manager, 10,000 for the CE, and above that is a council decision. But when I read the special circumstances, it just includes the CE and mayor. Is the mayor there? Is that still a 10k amount or above? Like which point of the delegation does that apply? Like, is that more than or not?
It's a good question. At this stage, we had intended that all of them would go through, because this one, it's a little bit of a point of clarification when people are looking at it and they are applying. For that particular remission, there is a risk for this table that we will get heaps of remissions for this particular category. It's good to apply and have options for people that have specific circumstances that we might not particularly be aware of, and that we may deem that they're being unfairly disadvantaged. But in this instance, the reason why the mayor and chief executive were put for all of those, and not relating to the overall delegation that was put at the top, and maybe that's something we need to clarify a bit more in that section so that that bit's really clear, because it's a good question. Is to deter those that might otherwise apply without good reason.
Okay. I just have an overarching question, and then I've got two for the postponement policy. So the overarching question is, where do we record or monitor the total amount of remissions per category, even if it's oversubscribed? Like, we receive X amount in that year. Let's say they ask for 200,000, but we only allocate the 50. Just to understand, so we can track trends year on year. I just want to know where that's going to get captured, if any. So I'll park that. Postponement policy, number 8, really important. That evidence that the house is still insured, because if something happened, then obviously that money's gone. Number 12, though, I'm not completely comfortable, and this comes under the statement of intent too, that 0.5% of operating revenue. I mean, I kind of just thought, okay, well, what is that? It's 45 million, that's 225,000, but actually in the intent, it actually says it's 360,000. I was way out. So that's the potential. It's good to know. Will they pay interest on these borrowings? Because the policy doesn't explicitly say that. It says admin and something else, but not interest.
Good question, and that is absolutely the intent, so we'll make sure that we clarify that in the policy. Yeah, thanks. And in regards to your question around the rates in terms of recording, so we do, that is a specific line in the financial statements currently that's reported in the annual report, the total rates remissions compared to budget. But it's a good point though, especially as we widen the rates remission policy in terms of an ongoing OPR report, that could absolutely be included, the categories and how we're tracking compared to budget.
So ultimately, that's just for the table to understand, I guess, a bit like my concerns really. You have to plug those gaps, otherwise I won't support this going out as is.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just picking up on, following on from Councillor Tukapua's one of your questions, which was about Section 2, the rates postponement. So it's page 13 of the document that was emailed out to us yesterday. Just to clarify, that in 7, under the conditions and criteria, talks about postponement fee. And so just to reassure the table and to confirm that this is correct, that the concept behind this is that the postponement fee will mean that it is absolutely cost neutral to council, that the person benefiting from this postponement pays all of the cost of interest and and any fees or other costs that the council incurs in order to make this happen. So, and that's essentially put into the that cost completely falls on the ratepayer benefiting from this postponement.
Thanks, Councillor Jennings. And yes, it does in terms of administration fees, and for example, if there was a land charge that needed to be put on the property, interest fees. At this stage, the intent is not to cover staff costs. So if there isn't an intention to allocate a specific amount, it wasn't an intention of the policy at this stage, but otherwise, yes, any direct costs that we incur, we would be passing on as part of that fee.
Thank you, Jacinta. Thank you, Pashan. We're just going to do you want
I just want to make sure we're probably clear as officers about. So I've recorded 2 particular points where we've obviously answered a number of questions to be some, albeit subtle but important changes I'm hearing. So one is about the clarification on the delegations piece when we refer to the mayor's delegations and how that sits across the broader delegation sitting within the proposed policy, and then to make sure that we're really clear about the pool of funds and how that essentially this shouldn't be costing the business. The cost needs to sit against the applicant, but I just wanted to check there wasn't anything else that
Those are the two that I have, and maybe just to mention at the end is around, just to clarify, the reason why I have proposed the operating revenue and a percentage of operating revenue, just for clarity there, is because when we're setting our financial strategy, we are setting our debt limits based on operating income as well. It's our ability to pay back debt and our ability to fund our operations going forward. So because of growth and being able to be really clear, regardless of the level of revenue we have, to be able to point to that operating income and set a limit based on that. So that was the rationale for that proposal.
Just a quick comment from me, Jacinta. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Bernie. Sorry, the worship. Jacinta, firstly, Piri, thank you for raising all those points, because you actually covered three that I was going to raise. But I also want to go back to Jacinta's point around Māori freehold land. And I just hope that that's captured in the minutes of today. But it's not just Māori freehold land, it's Māori reservation land as well that needs to be considered. The other one I was looking at was around number 12 also, which was the bare land, which included the forest blocks. And so I was curious about how that's treated, and if that block becomes operational, does it change? Is there flexibility in that process when the status of the land changes or the use changes? That's just my simple question. Thanks.
Yes, definitely. All of the overall premise of this policy is that if the intent of the remission and land use or use of the property changes during that period, then that would mean that there would be a change in terms of the eligibility for that particular property, for sure. It generally won't. The overall assumption in this policy, though, from an administrative ease perspective, is that will occur from the following rating year rather than within a year.
Oh, excellent. Thank you for that.
Further questions?
Yeah, no, just responding to the earlier point about those two things capture it for you. I guess that, at 360,000, hey, it may not all be taken, but, in this cost of living crisis, people need these things. The uptake then in 3 years, which is the term we serve, that's over $1 million. So that's the bigger picture. If others are comfortable with it, I'll support it. But you just need to know what you're proving. So the other thing, like the SUIP thing, that remission, as it's written in the policy, it's an honesty system. We're expecting people to just be honest that the extra people living in their other bit sharing that they're not generating an income from that. There's no way for us to actually prove that, and there is no, it's not in the policy how we actually, So that's, to me, a risk because, again, circumstances change and you can't know for sure. So that's what we're up for. And the only other thing is, so long as we can have a mechanism to monitor or track the trends, I'll be satisfied.
May I just respond to that with just one around the yes, absolutely, there is a risk 100% with the SUIPs. We would look, though, that they do sign a statutory declaration to confirm that they are not earning any income, but that is ultimately still an honesty system. In regards to the 0.5% of operating income, the intent of the proposal, and this may need to be clarified a little bit, is that that would be a cumulative amount. So we wouldn't look to be giving 360 worth of, so it would, in total, for as an ongoing basis, that cumulative remission would not be able to exceed that 360. So that, yeah, that was the intention. So just,
yes, based on that, not year on year.
Good. So the purpose of this is to adopt for consultation the statement of proposal and associated supporting information for the proposed draft rates, remission and postponement policy. So just to clarify that at this stage it's to adopt for consultation this policy. Thanks Jacinda, thanks Pei-Shan. So 3.3, 3.4, 3.5. The Horowhenua District Council adopts the proposed changes to the rates, remission and postponement policy for public consultation. The Horowhenua District Council adopts the statement of proposal and supporting information for the proposed changes to the rates, remission and postponement policy for public consultation. That if necessary, the group managed organisation performance in consultation with the Chief Executive be authorised to correct any minor errors or omissions in the statement of proposal and draft rates, remission and postponement policy before it is made publicly available. I have a mover from Councillor Boyle, seconder from Councillor Horowhenua. Deputy Mayor Allen,
you speak to that briefly, and I will be brief, but just to acknowledge, as Jacinta said, that there were 2 workshops on this, very thorough workshops, and deep dive into the detail and getting it right. Also want to acknowledge the value that Councillor Tukapua has added to the discussion today, really valuable contribution, things that I had not picked up, and want to acknowledge that. Look, this for me is about fairness and compassion. The 2 words are about fairness and compassion. And we learned through the LTPA, the Long-Term Plan Amendment, that many people are genuinely struggling in our district in terms of meeting their legal obligation to pay rates, and this is about trying to provide as much flexibility and humanity around making that possible as we can. I do not have a fix on, but from the report back in when we considered the rating option around capital versus land value for the general rate, there was data there which suggested that under the one which we chose to retain, land value, that many people would be struggling as a result of that, particularly in the urban areas. I'm not trying to relitigate that, but that to me gives even more passion to my conviction that it's important that this be put out for consultation.
Thank you. Put those recommendations, all those in favour? Against?
Aye.
Thank you. Carried. Okay, now moving to 7.2, the adoption of the Sensitive Expenditure Policy 2023. Move 2.1, 2.2, the report be received and recognised as not significant. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Boyle, Councillor Grimstone. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Welcome, Pei-Shan. Welcome, Nikki.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Your Worship, we're here today to present you this report for adoption of Sensitive Expenditure Policy. The policy has been reviewed to incorporate feedback from our auditors, Audit New Zealand, as part of their interim audit, and to align with the Office of the Auditor General good practice. So we went through a full internal review. Changes to the policy were drafted, reviewed, and endorsed by the ELT, Executive Leadership Team. And along with the policy, we also send a short video to all the councillors and independent members of the Risk and Assurance Committee. And we thank the independent members for their feedback, and we can confirm that we've incorporated all the feedback into the policy. And so now we seek Council's adoption of this sensitive expenditure policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Jennings.
Just a comment, if that's right. I know this is one of those policies that's really hard to get excited about, and just to apologise to the team for thank you for all your hard work in putting this together, but apologise for not getting a huge amount of feedback from me and elected members, but to just acknowledge the valuable input of the independent members. By the time I did come to provide some feedback, they'd already provided their comments into the mix and covered a range of really good inputs. So thank you for also taking that feedback on board. So yeah, happy to move the recommendation.
Just seek some further questions if there are any first. There being none. Thank you, Pashan. That was, but endorse what Councillor Jennings said about the amount of work that's gone into this, and I'm hopeful that it won't be returning. Seems to have been on the books for a long time. So Councillor Jennings is moving and Deputy Mayor Allen is seconding. Is there any further discussion on the item? Therefore, put the motion. All those in favour? That is 2.3 that Council adopt the sensitive expenditure policy October 2023. Those against? Item is carried. Thank you. Moving to 7.3, which is the adoption of the draft Freedom Camping Bylaw for consultation. A report to provide a draft to the Freedom Camping Bylaw and seek approval from Council to undertake a public consultation on this document with the aim of reviewing all feedback provided in order to adopt this bylaw by the 31st of December 2023. Can I move 3.1 and 3.2? Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Welcome back, Brent and Arthur.
Thank you, Your Worship. In introducing the report today, officers are seeking approval from Council to undertake public consultation on the draft Freedom Camping Bylaw, which has been designed to manage freedom camping on Council-owned land within the Horowhenua District. If approved, the next step in the process is to consult on the draft bylaw and bring the amended bylaw back to Council for adoption based on the feedback that we received. In doing this, it's critically important that we seek input from our iwi and hapu partners. I want to acknowledge there's some minor refinements required in the draft bylaw, particularly in respect to the schedules and the maps in the back end of the bylaw. And thank you to Councillor Tukapua who brought this to my attention earlier today. We'll ensure that this is tidied up ahead of it going out for consultation. In addition to seeking approval to consult with the public, we do require an indication from Council in relation to incorporating a transition period before the bylaw coming into effect. The options here are that the existing rules apply through a transition period to June 2025 for vehicles that have a portable toilet, which is option 1, or a requirement for all vehicles to have a fixed toilet in place upon adoption of the bylaw. The current policy does not include provision of a transition period, but will be amended to reflect this if this is the preferred option of Council. The officer that's essentially done the majority of the work on this report and the bylaw is unfortunately off sick today. So with that in mind, I'll take the report as read, noting that Council has been briefed on the bylaw and has had the opportunity to ask questions and provide any feedback ahead of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. So just so that everyone's clear around the table what you're asking us in terms of that direction around whether we, that transition period and how do we, you've given some advice around others are doing that, bringing it forward, is that correct?
I think it's up to, through you, Your Worship, it's up to Council if they wish to include the transition period or not. So the options are we can include that for those to allow them to transition to the new bylaws, or we put it in place from when the bylaw was adopted, potentially by the 31st of December, as indicated in the report.
Any questions that you have of Brent or Arthur?
So just point of clarification, we need to resolve that issue first before we can move 3.3, right? Because that's left blank at the moment in terms of the enforced date, right?
Yeah, correct. So apologies, like there's not a resolution that provides for that, but if the table could give a sense of option 1 or option 2, we can help craft a resolution. But yes, that would ideally then flow into 3.3, 3.4, 3.5.
Can you remind me what the recommendation was for the transition period? I think it's under page 103, but I couldn't actually see what the recommendation was.
Sorry, there is a 6.7. The report says putting this new requirement in place upon adoption of the bylaw will demonstrate a proactive approach to managing this activity whilst also providing a consistent set of rules for campers over the long term. It will also align with central government legislation that will be mandatory in June 2025.
I'll move that we adopt option 2 timeframe, enforced date, however you want to frame it.
So that resolution could read that upon adoption of the bylaw, that the rules apply upon adoption of the bylaw.
So just making sure councillors are aware, we're moving.
Sorry, are we still in question time or are we charging on?
No, we're still in question time if you wish to. Well, sorry, hang on. He was about to move, and that's why I was just clarifying what he was about to move.
Okay, I'll foreshadow that I'm happy to move this discussion along. I was happy to foreshadow that I was going to move that we adopt essentially the option 2. Once it's adopted, it's go live, so that we can then move into 3.3 and actually probably take 3.3, 3.4, 3.5 one block. But yeah.
Councillor Tukapua, did you have questions? Yes, that aren't included in the report. Well, the whole report. Well, I'm just conscious that we've had a number of workshops and videos and opportunity to ask questions. I'm just wanting to understand whether these are new items or
What, that hasn't been covered?
yes.
Yeah, a couple. Got a couple.
Okay.
So motorhome friendliness. Where is it at with the Foxton racecourse? I mean, Ross Brannigan might know more, but he's not here. And then please clarify for me Victoria Park, because in the schedule it's a question mark and says needs some gravel surfacing, minor cost. So it's either in or it's out. I just want to understand the lay of the land there, please.
Through you, Your Worship. In terms of Victoria Park, obviously that's already designated as a NZMCA friendly site. So I guess it's up to this council or through the consultation period if we determine that as an option for freedom camping throughout the consultation. And the council can include it right now or exclude it if they desire.
no information here. Sorry, Councillor Brannigan's not here, so I
No, I mean, thank you. There is the option to wait for consultation. My instincts at this stage are that there is provision already through the race course, and I struggle to understand why we would also need Victoria Park in addition, that there is sufficient space there, but that's off the top of my head, and certainly it could and should form part of the consultation.
I'm just going to provide more detail for the table around what I've raised with Brent earlier. Horowhenua Beach, so the Schedule 1 where it's prohibited. Horowhenua Beach, Cuckoo Beach, Waikawa, Horseshoe Bend. So regarding Horowhenua, for example, I have flagged that white baiters in season park up out there for a few days, and should our officers come across, I'll say whānau because my immediate family doesn't do this, but I know I've got relations who do, and unless there was a conversation with MTA, which is not flagged in this specifically, it mentions Adventure Park for the MTA, but not this. And then Cuckoo Beach, I think Tūkorihe would have a huge interest in this. They've done a lot of work already with Horizons in that area, and if you're going to prohibit, largely they'd probably support it, but without some of these conversations, we're, I think, just jumping the gun a little bit. And some of the maps are missing, and some of them it indicates where it's allowed, and then others there's just no markings whatsoever. That's what I'm looking for, and I believe Brett's got that piece in hand. The other concern is, or the question was, Kimberley. Now, if you look to the number 10 restricted areas, page 116, and then there's that explanatory note, but then you jump to the schedules. Time constraints aren't specific. Will they be when we go out? I guess the answer through the emails, Your Worship, was 4 days for Kimberley Reserve. Doesn't say, but then in here it's like a 10-day window, and then if officers want to grant an extension on the 4 days, they can at discretion. Like, I've actually put my tent up out Kimberley Reserve and seen a lot of people come and go, and it's great, and I just wouldn't want it to be too restrictive in that activity when it's only for certain months of the year. And in my experience, I've seen no trouble, no problems, and 4 days, this is for families. Like, you talk to people when you're out camping, that they can't afford holidays, they can't afford to go have some real nice vacation or fly away somewhere. This is it for them, parking up at Kimberley Reserve with their children. And I wouldn't want to be too restrictive, so be careful what we're going out with in regards to some of those things, is what I'm saying.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Tupapawa, and that's obviously something we need to take into consideration in respect to Kimberley Reserve, and that's based on the current camping permits for 4 days currently. Without, if people want to stay longer, then they can apply for an exemption.
Yeah, I'm just asking for something to be written in the schedules, all the information, because it's just not there.
Yeah, through Your Worship, if I can respond to that, I think you raise a valid point, Pity, and this is where there's, at the moment, in the absence of a bylaw, the current permits at 4 days, like, there isn't actually a formal mechanism for them to hang off. This bylaw creates the formal mechanism, and so 10 days would then enable us to review the approach we take to permits at Kimberley. So if council, if you thought that 10 days was adequate, probably what I would just highlight is that I think that answer around the 4 days as a reflection on current practice, acknowledging that current practice is in the absence of a legal bylaw, which is what this is trying to do. So this bylaw would trump our current approach.
Councillor Tamihana, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Firstly, thank you to the officers for preparing this report, and it was great to see they encapsulated a lot of the feedback that had been provided through the various councillors, and I see it's written into the schedule, which is really good. I suppose I wanted to resonate with Pirahira, Councillor Tukupu, actually, and just support her in what she's raised around camping and the accessibility of families. I think that's critical, and I think, we can have as many bylaws as we want, but not everyone's going to engage in those type of practices. So I'm just being mindful that we have to find a way to make it easy and adaptable for families to be able to use that space and time. My only considered point, I suppose, really was I wouldn't have minded having something in there that reflected cultural connectivity. So without prejudice to cultural connectivity. And what I'm meaning by that is I have raised in the previous emails that the ability for people to access in a customary manner, and I'm not sure that this bylaw or addresses that. So I just want to have that on record, saying it here today, that I want to ensure cultural connectivity can be maintained through all these spaces. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Tamihana, and yes, we'll obviously make sure that we engage with all our iwi and hapu partners and look to amend the bylaw throughout the consultation period before it comes back to council in December.
Amen.
Councillor Jennings.
Mr. Mayor, my intention was to put the motion to move this along, but I don't want to railroad it through because listening to Councillor Tukapua, there's obviously Councillor Tukapua there's some passion in your voice around some of the stuff, and you've obviously across a lot of the detail, and so I'm in sort of two minds around whether it's so. If you permit me, can I ask Councillor Tukapua a question before I put a motion?
Yes, certainly.
So, is it your position, Councillor Tukapua, that you'd like to pause, go away, and try and influence some of the contents of this and bring it back to the October meeting, or are you happy to proceed on the basis that it goes to consultation and that there could be some additional sort of elected member or officer recommendations by the time it comes through to hearings committee?
I'm happy for a decision to be made today in progress, but I just want to capture some of the gaps I've identified and raised, and should there be support for those additional things, then I'm all for it going to the next stage.
Yeah, Brent, just potentially some clarification. So, are we going to go out to the community at the time, asking them feedback on the bylaw? Will there be a mechanism for the community to add in any additional options, such as Piri's referring to, around locations that they might want to see?
Yep, through your worship, yes, Councillor Grimstone, that would be the intent of going out for consultation as well. Yeah,
and again, the intent is that there's an ability to continue to add locations further down the line as the opportunity arises, correct?
Just through your worship, just noting, of course, that this is a bylaw, and so if the intent of the bylaw changes dramatically off the back of community feedback, and there is a different direction, or then we would likely need to consult again with community. So it doesn't mean no changes can be made. We can absolutely make changes through a bylaw consultation process, and also just emphasising that what this report sets out is a process where you're delegating to the hearings committee the process of hearing submissions, to then make a recommendation to council on the adoption of a revised bylaw off the back of that consultative process.
Deputy Chair, and just if I could test my view on that, that if the council disagrees with the final recommendations of the hearing committee, it is then referred back to the hearings committee. Is that correct?
Yes, that is typically the process.
Councillor Jennings.
So on that basis, Mr. Mayor, unless there's other questions.
Any further? Well, let's just check that first. Any further clarification or questions of officers? Councillor
Just wanted to confirm the infringement fee. Is it $400?
It's not specified.
Yeah, correct. $400. I think that's set by, yeah.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Arthur. Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll move 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, and that wording up on the screen is 3.6, all in block. Can you press into that? 3.6.
And do you mind if I add 3.7?
Sure. Did I miss 3.7?
No,
yeah.
you didn't. But the Chief Executive has just put this in front of me. 3.7 would read that Council authorise the Chief Executive to make minor amendments to schedules and maps.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we'll trust you this time.
To bring back to council to adopt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would go to a hearing process, Councillor Tamihana,
Before it came back to
before
council.
it comes back to council. So that 3.7 is you authorising me to make those amendments to the maps and the schedules that Councillor Tukapua has raised before we go out for consultation. It's just that idea that I don't make changes to a document after you've adopted it. But this is letting me do that.
So we have 3.3 to 3.7 as listed in front of you. I've got a mover from Councillor Jennings. Is there a seconder for those recommendations? There is from Deputy Mayor Allen. Any further discussion or debate? Put those recommendations, all those in favour? Against? Aye. Aye? Yep, thank you. So the motion's carried, thank you. All motions are carried. We now move to 7.4, which is the adoption of the compliance strategy. The purpose of this report is to present to Council a regulatory compliance strategy for Council's endorsement and adoption. As Vi and Brent come to the table, can I move 3.1 and 3.2? The report be received. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Welcome, Vi.
Kia ora koutou, katoa, ngā mihi o te ahiahi. Through you, Your Worship. So yes, here this afternoon, purpose of the report is to present the final draft of the compliance strategy for adoption. Councillors may recall that the first draft of the strategy was presented around this table around about April of this year, at which time you gave officers or myself feedback to incorporate or ensure that that the strategy incorporated matters that were important to Māori. So went back, redrafted, amended it and sent it out via a video presentation in August and invited feedback. Thank you very much to the feedback that we received, very valuable. And now today presenting the final draft for adoption.
Thank you, Vi. Any questions for Vi at all? Looks looks like you've got a very lively vibe, but I think speaks to the amount of work that's being carried on beforehand and the opportunity that all elected members have been to be able to feed into this. So I appreciate all the work that you did do. And anytime you want to do a video, please do so. It was very valuable. Thank you. Okay, so in that case, we have recommendation 3.3 that Council adopt the Compliance Strategy 2023 and the Compliance Enforcement Response Guidelines and Prosecution Policy for 2023. Do I have a mover? And Councillor Jennings is moving. Councillor Young is seconding. Any further discussion or debate?
Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Sorry, Justin, I assume you were
in favour of that motion?
Yes, I was. I said aye.
Thank you. Right, moving on to 7.6, as we've already dealt with 7.5, which is the milestone report for the long-term plan 2024 to 2044, purpose of which is for Council to agree the population and household forecasts, time period the long-term plan spans, community outcomes and scope of the long-term plan. Welcome, Caro. As Caro comes to the table, can I move to 3.1, 3.2? The report be received. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Welcome, Caro. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. So I'm here to present the paper, Milestone Report 1, Long-Term Plan 2024. This paper, as Mayor Burney mentioned, asks Council to agree the population and household forecast, time period the long-term plan spans, community outcomes and scope of the long-term plan. So this is a new approach that we are bringing in, where Council will regularly receive milestone reports throughout the time of the long-term plan development. And what we're doing is seeking to have the milestones stamped or approved, agreed publicly. Council will recall that these matters have been brought in to earlier long-term plan workshops, and the options and discussion has happened in those public live-streamed workshops. We were grateful for your feedback and questions about these items as we worked through these workshops, and that feedback and your discussions led to the direction that was given to us at the time. We now seek your agreement to the matters raised in Milestone Report number 1.
Thank you, Caro. So what you're saying pretty much is that we're not here to relitigate the decisions that we've already been made, but we're just informing the public of where we are sitting in terms of, those long-term plan decisions around projections and assumptions around population housing, and also the fact that we've decided that it will be a 20-year plan and not a 10-year plan. And I suppose we're really making sure that our community is, understands where we're at this stage of the long-term plan.
Yes, that's it exactly. Thank you.
So any further questions that people have? Councillor Jennings.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm conscious of your direction not to relitigate things. I just did want to understand, and it's my own fault, that I was absent from the workshop where the decision around using the Sense Partners forecast instead of Infometrics forecasts were used, and I just wanted to understand what some of the thinking was around that, because I was just trying to reconcile it with the statement in 5.4 that the key difference between Infometrics and Sense Partners forecasts is assumption around immigration. Infometrics assumptions had immigration rebounding following the lifting of COVID restrictions at a slower rate than Sense Partners, and I thought it was the other way around. But so that's why, because the Infometrics numbers are larger than the Sense Partners ones, so they're more optimistic about population growth and forecasts. So I just wanted to clarify that, if that's okay.
And that is a good point. It was that Infometrics had them immigration rebounding at a slower rate. And so when we'd received those figures, the immigration figures coming through Stats NZ had already surpassed what was included in Infometrics. Another reason that members discussed staying with Sense Partners was the continuity that it gave from the previous long-term plan as well, keeping with the same organisation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I think that's all the questions by the look of it. So we now have 3.3 to 3.7 and
Happy to move.
the block.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Boyle is moving in block. Is there any objection? Oh, we've got a second from Deputy Mayor Allen. Any objection to that process?
Okay. In that case, I won't read them all out, but I'm sure those that are watching online will see what they entail in terms of those forecasts that we are going to be committing to. Any further discussion or debate? Just noting Councillor Grimstone's not at the table at the moment, just excused himself, so we'll note that. But I'll put those recommendations, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving now to 7.7 on page 207, the Housing and Business Capacity Assessment, the Horowhenua chapter. Purpose is to present the Horowhenua District Housing and Business Assessment to Council and to seek Council's endorsement for its inclusion in the Greater Wellington Region Future Development Strategy. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is Councillor Tamihana still here?
It doesn't count for a quorum.
It doesn't count for a quorum.
We've got a quorum.
Right.
No one can make the table.
No one can make it.
No, not anymore. Not until the law actually becomes. I don't think it's actually a law yet. I was just checking with the Chief Exec, seeking some advice because I'm now part of the hearings panel for the Future Development Strategy. Was checking that I didn't have a conflict in terms of us endorsing or me being part of the endorsement for this. But the advice I've received is that I don't have a conflict. And you're saying I don't? Thank you. Okay. Because that would mean that we wouldn't have a quorum. Yes.
Yes, and also because Council have endorsed the FDS, which Mayor Burney also was part of that conversation. So none of the decisions we're making would predetermine any of the views that he might give when considering hearings. It's the same thing as kind of like adopting a draft long-term plan for consultation.
Okay, so first of all, just moving 3.1 and 3.2. The report be received and recognised. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour?
Right. Carried. Thank you, Justin. David, Lisa.
Good afternoon, Mr Mayor and Councillors. I'm here this afternoon to speak to my report on the Horowhenua Housing and Business Assessment, which was undertaken as part of the Greater Wellington Future Development Strategy. You'll remember that Council was briefed on this report a fortnight ago, and that Council has had various presentations over the past few months from Kim Kelly of the Greater Wellington Regional Leadership Committee, and that councillors in there have taken the opportunity to participate in workshops on the FDS at Paraparaumu and Lower Hutt. We're grateful to receive your feedback that the FDS should have a greater Horowhenua focus, and this has been captured in my report. or take the report, ask that we can take the report as being read, and we now seek your endorsement of the HBA.
Thank you, Lisa. And just good to see that the report recognises those questions that were following that workshop that we had in terms of ensuring that the assessment does align with our long-term plan, district plan, blueprint and growth strategy. I think that's important to acknowledge. Does anyone else have any further questions or clarity seeking?
Just a comment from me, Mayor Bernie.
Certainly.
Thank you to Lisa and David for all the work you've done here, and I actually support the process going forward. I suppose my only consideration is that our voice is the loudest voice when it comes to determining what we want in Horowhenua. I'm really, I'm supportive of Wellington and how they can support us in the bigger picture, but I'm also very conscious that decisions that are about Horowhenua are decided by Horowhenua, and I suppose I don't know how you encapsulate that in your report, but I'm being very mindful that we can sometimes be forced into particular positions, and I don't want to see us in that position.
Do you want to speak to that, Dave? I think just in response to that, the opportunity that has been provided within this report sits within 3.5 recommendation, whereby there's an option there to work with officers to ensure that a submission could go into that Greater Wellington Regional Future Development Strategy process, which could, I guess, reinforce those messages which Councillor Tamihanas just made, but were also the ones that were raised at the most recent briefing on this, around really trying to ensure that Horowhenua somewhat wants to drive its own destiny. Yes, happy to play a part in the greater regional context, but still want to be able to have that localism and shape to what happens here. The only other point that I would just take the opportunity, given there may be some people watching online, is at the end of this report, when it was written, that was written in advance of Monday. As of Monday, the Future Development Strategy is now out for consultation, and that consultation period runs through to the 9th of November. So obviously we're signalling here, Council may choose to make a submission, but also an opportunity for members of our community to also take the opportunity to put forward their views on this Future Development Strategy as well.
Thank you, David. Look, just under point 10, I notice under iwi considerations it says there are none. I suppose that's leaning towards what I was saying. While there are iwi sitting within that forum, there should still be an element where the decision still comes back here. Because I can say here that reflectively, I'm not sure whether everyone's represented in that grouping that sit within Horowhenua. Yeah, thank you.
Just for clarity, David, in terms of the options that are in front of us. So first of all, it's option 1 or 2, and then it's 3.5, like an additional sort of recommendation that, so it doesn't go with it, it's an addition. Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. David, Lisa? Okay, so there are 2 options in front of the table. Is someone prepared to move either one of those options, please, Councillor Boyle?
Happy to move option 1, 3.3.
Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Allen, thank you. Any further discussion? Put the motion, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried, thank you. So now moving to 3.5, request that officers work to understand Council's recommendations for any amendments to the Horowhenua Housing and Business Assessment, and subsequently draft a submission to the Greater Wellington Region Future Development Strategy outlining said changes.
Happy to move that.
Councillor Jennings is moving.
Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second it to get it on the table, but I've got some comments to make whether we should actually proceed with it or not.
Certainly. Okay, so I've got a mover and a seconder. So the item is up for discussion. Clarification. Councillor Jennings.
I'll speak very briefly to it. I do think that based on some of the discussion and some of the matters that were put on the table at the workshop 2 weeks ago, that there is a need for a submission, but actually what goes inside that and what that looks like, that needs a little bit of, we need to obviously sit down and give that direction to officers. We're under some tight time frames, but I do think it would add value to make sure that that you know, the similar sort of things that Justin just outlined, that we're really clear about what we're wanting out of this process, and to also just again emphasise some of those I won't say concerns, that's too strong, just some of those things that we're really mindful about. We want to be in the driver's seat. We've got some ambition, we've got some vision around what we want our district to look like, and so that's why I think that this is an important step, but very keen to hear the counter view.
Yes, sir, to propose.
Yeah, it comes down to the tight time, the resourcing, and all the other things we're trying to do at the moment. But there was points raised in that workshop. Sometimes polar ends, like Councillor Proctor and Councillor Brannigan, that's the let's just be enabling and welcome it, and then the other was, well, hang on, don't let them dictate to us what they're going to build here. Do you want to build a prison here? Get off the grass. Like, there's some things we just don't want, so we need to be clear about that. But you know, someone from the outside looking in, oh, look at all that land, look at there's plenty of space right there, we've got no more room down here, let's put it over there. I'm grateful for this, what hopes to be the archives building, yeah, like that's, but then, you know, I think Jonathan made the point about, you know, koitere and sort of hooker boys, and we don't want more of that. So there is I think we need to say something and have a position on it rather than, yeah. So if there's, I guess I'm asking a question to the CEO, have we got time to do that submission based on what we're facing or not? It's just...
If council gave us the direction that we didn't need to do it, that's one less thing we'll need to do, which means we can put that energy into other stuff. I suppose what I would say is that officers wouldn't have put that recommendation in the report had we not, I suppose, assumed that you'd want us to do it. But certainly I don't think, like, if we are going to do a submission, we want the submission to be meaningful, and we want it to get the message across. But maybe the compromise is it's not a significantly technical report that goes into detail. It's actually just a report that sends the message that I think elected members are all clear and consistent on, which is that Horowhenua wants to make sure it retains its identity, and B, its decision-making powers around what's good for our community.
Cool. So if it's a short, sharp submission with statements like that, I'm happy to proceed with that submission, and then taking on Councillor Tamihana's points with our Māori community, because even if I look at page 30, when we talk about the education piece, very small, we mentioned Tarika, we anticipate a new school there, cool, but already announced was that Moepuko would get a Kura Māori, you know, that announcement was made no more than a year ago that they've been granted support for that from central government. So there's just a few things missing when it comes to our partners already. Be good to add those in as well.
So, Councillor Jennings, you're moving. Yes, thank you. Is someone, and Councillor Young is seconding. Sorry, Councillor Tukupa is seconding. Have we already recorded that? We have. Thank you. Okay. Any further debate or discussion, noting that the comments that have been made around what could be included in that submission? I don't think we have to specify those. I think the Chief Executive's been clear in terms of what might be included.
Taitoko, what Councillor Tukupu has said, Mayor Burney, and I wonder whether a copy of plan on a page would be useful.
I'm sure that could be added to it. Yep. Okay, put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, moving now to 7.8, which is the adoption of our meeting schedule for 2024 to seek Council's approval of the proposed meeting schedule of Council and its committees for the period 1 January 2024 to 31st of December 2024. Move 3.1 and 3.2, the report be received. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Just noting, and Grayson is going to introduce this, but just noting that the intention is still to do a review before end of the year. That subject will be put in front of you over the next couple of weeks, and in the discussions that we're initiating with individuals and as a team, we will sort out some of the details around task forces, steering groups, and participation in those. But essentially, the committee structure is probably still going to remain the same, but just noting that there could be changes to that as well. Grayson, anything you want to add?
No, just take the report as read. It follows a similar pattern for this year. We've just booked in some more briefing and workshop times ahead of time than adding them as we go. So, any questions?
Councillor Tukupa.
Just a comment. Once upon a time, councillors were sort of, if you're going to plan a holiday, go in July, but looking at that, your best months are April and September, just saying, so you can still get your attendance up.
Did you want to add some? No. Oh, look, and look, what you say is quite. I would expect that councillors would look at the calendar and say, "Oh, there's a window there that I can plan some downtime or a holiday appropriately." So we do have 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5. The Council adopts the schedule of meetings for the committees of Council for the period January 2024 to December 2024 based on a 12-week cycle as set out in Appendix A. The Council notes that additional ordinary, extraordinary and multi-day meetings may be scheduled from time to time in consultation with the Mayor and Chief Executive. The Council notes that meeting times for Council and committees will be publicly advertised when they are required in accordance with the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987 and Local Government Act 2002. I'm prepared to move. Anyone prepared to say that? Thank you, Councillor Tamihana. Any further debate or discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving to 8.1. Have I missed anything else? We're going? Okay.
So, 8.1 on page 253, the Horowhenua District Council Organisation Performance Report, October 2023. Can I just move 2.1, 2.2, that the report be received? Thank you, Councillor Horowhenua. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Normally, we would get all GMs or the senior management team to sit there, but this is a very comprehensive document. But it also includes our first financial report for this financial year. So I've just asked Jacinda to come to the table just in case there are any questions regarding that aspect of the report, or any other comments or questions that people have. We've got those GMs here that may be able to answer them if there are any.
Just before maybe Jacinta goes into the financial, I was just going to take the opportunity to introduce the report and acknowledge it as a really comprehensive report, but want to take the opportunity to acknowledge staff who, despite the significant amount of pressure around development of activity management plans and asset management plans and budgets at the moment, they still made this a priority. And you'll no doubt have all reflected that, sure, there's some areas where we've still got opportunity to improve in the way we tell the story, or the way that we give clarity to the work that we're doing, or the value of our work, or where there's opportunities for improvement. But there's certainly, I'd be surprised if there was an elected member that couldn't connect to a story in here that talks to the value of local government and the work that our people are doing. The bit that I did specifically want to draw Council's attention to, though, was kind of maybe page 82 of the agenda, page 82 of the attachment, and it's the focus around the rebuilding of the organisation. And I won't go into detail, but scattered through the report, and then later on when we reflect on the application of values through the report, and we talk in particular our rates team, led by Daniel Minty, who you'll hear from later on in the amount of work, responding to a number of CRMs off the back of the adoption of the long-term plan amendment and the rates decision, and necessarily reflected back well to elected members about the number of calls that we've had, where people were surprised by the rating, how their final rates notice was different, and so to Daniel and to Lynette and Diane and Kate and the wider team, there's been an enormous amount of work to make sure that there's been a whole lot of compassion and care taken through those calls that might have meant that as elected members you have not had many of those calls, and probably something that is not reflected in this report, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that. But on that, I'll hand over to Jacinta, who is specifically going to now hone our attention into financial performance, because obviously we know that that's our bottom line. We've got to get it right this financial year.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of the overall performance, when you would have looked at how we're going from an operational perspective, it looks good when you look at the front face of the financials. The key reason for that, though, is because there's been a lot more capital grants received this year so far, and there will be more coming in because of the timing of the capital program. So that makes things look good. But what I wanted to highlight underneath that is the fact that we have some real pressures. So firstly, the two key pressures that I wanted to highlight today are around, no doubt it's not a surprise, they're interest costs.
And so at this stage, that is looking to be as high as 1.5 million. I know the official cash rate stayed the same, but that isn't to say that will grow. Looking today, we get a weekly or a bi-weekly update from the local government funding agency in terms of what our interest profile looks like. And if you take a AA council like ourselves and you look at the different options that you have when you go to our interest rates, currently our interest rate is growing, but in terms of it's in the sort of the mid-4, close to 5s. When you start to look out year 1, year 2, year 3, that goes as high as 6 and beyond. So when we're starting to get those indications for our long-term plan and what interest rates we should be assuming, that is the range that we're assuming in. If you look in sort of year 3 and what it would cost to borrow now for year 3 debt, it's in around the 6s, but it starts to taper off into the 5s in and around year 4. So just to give a signal of the types of costs that we're facing, we'll continue to give you updates in terms of what our interest costs are looking like, but that is a key one for us that's a concern. We have our Treasury advisors coming in soon as well to have the conversation around our fixed and floating debt and making sure that we've got that mix right. Then as well, in terms of depreciation, this is something that we highlighted as part of finalising the long-term plan amendment. So at this stage, there is going to be pressure upwards of 1.4 million in terms of additional interest costs. Those aren't funded depreciation costs at this stage. So from a rating deficit perspective, they don't need to be factored in. I guess over that, the business has been doing really detailed work around the long-term plan budget. And so at this stage, I would say the focus has been on the long-term plan and making sure that everybody's got justification for the zero-based budgets. In doing that, though, it's been really useful for those managers as well and for everyone to understand what this year looks like. So it's serving a dual purpose. We would say that before Christmas, we'll be coming to you with a more updated picture about the rest of the business and what we look like from an operational perspective so that we can give you a steer. We're I, Monique, the rest of the leadership team are very aware of the KPIs and the savings targets that are set within there. And we are actively working towards those and discussing those as part of every leadership team meeting. But we're not probably in a position just yet to be able to give you a picture of what that means. But absolutely the intention is that it will be a good news story overall, or at least a zero-based story overall. In terms of the capital program, at this stage, and we've had lots of conversations through the capital project steering group about how we sit in terms of priority programs, which ones are unlikely to go ahead. This report still had the focus based on the 35 million, but the intention is as well that we'll come to you before Christmas with a conversation about what we still think we can deliver and seeking approval for any additional spending above the 35 if we still believe that we can make that happen. So there's a couple other bits. When you're looking at the report, I know Monique mentioned that we've been doing a lot in the rate space. If you look at our current outstanding debt and our water outstanding debt, they're actually trending upwards. Our penalties for the first quarter were higher than they have been in the past. So while we were starting to track downwards in terms of collectability of our rates debt and our water debt, it was starting to trend downwards. For this year, it's starting to trend the other way. That's not from an issue around our collection processes. Those have been really good. But it is a reflection of the economy and how people are struggling. Some of those rates increases have hit people pretty hard. And so that's something that we'll continue to monitor. And there are a lot of first-time penalty people coming in as well. So if they've applied and they haven't normally had a penalty issue, then they'll get that remitted. But it is a reflection on how we're going in terms of what people are facing. Another one, just to mention in the report as well, when you read it, is around the sundry debtors outstanding. It looks high, but a fair amount of that is in that development contribution space and will relate to building consents where we've invoiced early, but the debt's not actually, or the payment isn't actually due yet. So that makes things look a little bit higher than they otherwise would be. Happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
I just wanted to query something. It's more of a bugbear, really. Our rolling average staff turnovers. Great to see we got data of that on page 81. I wondered why it was so categorically different to when we were last presented it, which I think was the second week here when we were inducted, where we were told it was 25%, when at the time it was actually 53%. I wanted to know how you've got such great data. I like that it's accurate now because I said it was wrong at the time.
I liked your why we have such great data, because you've told us to get the basics right, and that's been the focus inside the business to actually make sure our reporting is accurate. Part of it is also about the internal moves versus the external moves, Councillor Boyle. So I don't think the number that you got last year would have necessarily been incorrect in terms of external moves, but it won't have taken into account the internal, and probably nor did it take into account the aquatics moves, which plays, has a bearing in that. But I don't know, Jacinta might want to comment on the data journey that we're going on and how we are getting the handle on, making sure that our reporting is in one place.
Sure, yeah. So within our overall suite, which is basically Microsoft driven, we have some good tools in terms of Power BI, which is a suite that comes as part of that, not as part of it, but is an additional add-on in terms of the reporting. So what we've been doing is our team have been building some really good, robust key dashboards around both our staff stuff, so in terms of sick leave, turnover, our annual leave, customer views in terms of taking one view of the customer and looking at everything that relates to them in terms of rates, building consents, CRMs, everything that's outstanding for them, CRMs as well, resource consent information, all of the key information that we should be using and have access to be able to manage the business well is now housed in one place so that we can access it, drill down on it, understand it well. It sounds simple. And it sounds like something that we should have been doing a long time ago, and we should have, but we are now getting those things in place so that we understand really well what the data is, and particularly in relation to the annual leave. There was some noise in that data which made that not a robust, but we're now at the position where we've understood that well, and we're checking it on a regular basis and reviewing it so that it can be used and relied on.
Just
a question based on some of the commentary, and happy to receive the answer by email if it's not a number you have in your head, and that is how many first-time penalties exactly, and what are the number of CRMs in relation to people that expected a different charge on their invoice and are now surprised and finding out great that there's a lot of care being taken. But this was, I guess, the warning I made around the people that you're not hearing from because they're quite happy with the preferred option. So yeah, I just like numbers of each of those, because I guess I'm casting my mind to an LTP and issues of affordability.
Sure, that's fine. We might penalties absolutely. In terms of we'll give, if we can't give you exact numbers in terms of the classification of the CRM, we'll be able to definitely give you indications in terms of the level of impact.
And not just CRMs, I wonder, Jacinta, because the indication is that that's quite a significant amount now, that $1.5 million. Do you have a sense, and I don't want an analysis done if it's not available, but
whereabouts in our district those are. And I know we've got data things, but is it the split between urban, rural, lifestyle easy to ascertain, or is it just too hard? I just would, for interest sake, rather than sort of you've indicated there's quite an increase, and I just wondered where that might be coming from in our district. That's all.
Sure, that's fine. And in the report on page 106, we do have a view of how many and what the prior year arrears are. So if it works next time in the report, we could include a comparison at that area. Would that be helpful?
Mr. Jennings.
Thanks, Jacinta. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Jacinta, I want to talk to you about depreciation. I really hate depreciation and the impact it has on our community, and I've just lost my page. But and it may be that I need to take this conversation offline with you, but can I just test my assumption that, because what we're saying is that we're getting hit by a big whack of unexpected depreciation because of higher than expected valuation changes. But my assumption is also that as we get better with our asset management planning, and that we're getting a better understanding of the condition of our assets, but also how long those assets are actually, the lifetime of those assets, that some of our previous depreciation assumptions should be changing and be getting better. For example, like I think one of the examples in the past was where rather than depreciating the whole, using one set of figures for the whole water treatment plant, we're breaking it down into different pieces because we know that the pumps have less lifetime than other components, so that's giving us a more true reflection of what that depreciation figure should look like. So can I test that assumption, just that in theory, even though there's that upward pressure because of the higher than expected valuations, there's also should be some trending down in some accidents. I mean, it might not offset that increase, but can I just test that assumption?
Sure. There will be some offsets. There will be changes as we start to get things in a more refined way. You're right. Typically, though, for those treatment plant, the likes of the treatment plant, unfortunately, those ones are often tend the other way, because a treatment plant, for example, you might assume it's 80 to 100 years. But if you break it into components, that may actually, the components end up being in smaller lifespans. Some councils, as an example, rather than funding depreciation, they fund a loan repayment amount over a period of time, which effectively makes sure that your debt is at a reasonable level over but what you do need to have from that basis is really good asset management to know that you can rely on the capital spend that you need and that ongoing loan repayment. So it's a different way of talking about it, but it's something that we could have a conversation about through the long-term plan. It achieves the same end, but it's a different view on it.
Yeah, look, I don't want to throw it into the mix for the LTP because I just think that it's a big topic, right? And there's a range of philosophical views around how you should do it and what you should do it and what's the best way. But like, it feels wrong, like that community pays for an asset on a certain day and a certain time, and then I get depreciations about making sure you have the debt headroom to replace that asset in time. But the cost of replacing that asset just keeps going up, and so the pain just keeps coming. And so, I want to have the conversation. It's just about when do we have it, because it's probably this LTP is not the right time to do it. Anyway, sorry.
So I think the time to have any conversation around how we do that is before Christmas. We have a specific session as we lead into the activity management plan conversation, where we talk about how's the infrastructure looking, or what, from a strategy perspective, what are we up to in terms of our infrastructure? So how's the infrastructure strategy looking? And then from a financial strategy, where are we at and where do we want to head, and how do we want to change what we've currently got. So there is an option through, not to go into a huge amount of detail, but to at least consider different options as part of that financial strategy conversation, because it isn't, it's a small change rather than a giant change.
Yeah, and sorry, Mr. Mayor, so I've gone a little off track in terms of acknowledging this as a report about the financial performance this year, but because the issue is that we're heading towards the direction, as per our financial strategy, of fully funding depreciation, and there's a range of views about that, but the issue is really about how do we insulate ourselves against these massive spikes and all of a sudden the revaluation effects, because that's what just seems to be unmanageable, and how do we tell that story to the community that's what drives a huge chunk of rate increases, huge chunk in our ongoing deficits. So I don't have the answer, but and I wonder in terms of the conversation around this, yes, we'll have it before December, but I don't feel like there's no sort of fundamental change that we can look at for the purposes of this LTP,
I think there's scope to consider it as part of the LTP, but none of that is going to change this year's financial position.
Yeah.
And that's the challenge, right? We adopt an annual budget, we strike some rates, we set an expectation around end of year financial performance, and immediately kind of an outcome of a July valuation process 12 months down the track, or actually if we take into account the process to even get an annual report across the line, 15 months down the track, you're then telling your community that you've got an annual operating deficit that doesn't really make sense, because it's not real, it's an accounting treatment, it's not a real cash rateable treatment. It's frustrating.
And the prospect of Three Waters makes it even more, difficult and sort of concerning in terms of that. And I mean, look, this is an issue that's been dogging the local government sector for many, many years, and will continue to do so. A lot of the problems we are having now is because we didn't treat depreciation properly in the past, and we're the ones that are bearing the brunt of those decisions now.
And people say it's the lawyers and the politicians that are the problem. I'd say it's the accountants,
That I'm sure would be a matter for conjecture. Auditors, yes. Are there any further questions for Jacinda? Yes, certainly. Yes. Yes, certainly.
So, three things. Page 90, just checking in on the zero-based budgeting exercise and that approach versus the traditional cost-cutting one. Asked of our CE, is there an innovation piece to that? And the answer was yes, but it comes in a different part, which is great. I guess I'm just raising it for the table because I guess on my mind is the stranded overheads beyond a potential Three Water reform and what we're left with. So whilst we might find efficiencies and all these other good things, then the other side goes up, and we never really, So I'm just conscious of that, sharing that with everybody. Second concern I have is page 79, and it's been raised tonight, Foxton East Drainage Scheme. Now I'm going to propose or suggest, we're doing our LTP, so does Horizons. What do elected members think about the mayor, deputy, Kiri ward, and anyone else that can make it go to Horizons with our submission, and not just raise this with them, but also the stream at Waitarere beach, which is not captured currently in their scheme, and just a couple of other things. And I think with a group of us there at their table, might send a stronger message than just sending off a letter or someone else governance to governance, it can make a difference. That's an idea floating. The third thing I want to raise, and I'll upfront say, council's made the decision, it's a mandate from central government, flagging that first instance. Page 58, fluoridation. So you would have seen I sent through in September a number of questions. I was received a reply on the 15th of September. Thank you very much. Awesome. At least I have in black and white now the answers, I guess, to my concerns. I'm not going to assume you all read that, so I'm just going to pull two of these out and then move on. The first thing was, is this the natural kind of fluoride or is it a byproduct? This confirms it is a byproduct. In fact, hydrofluorosilicic acid is what we'll be adding to our water supply, and relative to that is that the same stuff used for metal sterilisation, electroplating, I don't know if I said that right, animal hide tanning and glass etching? Yes, that is correct. So just be mindful of what you've all agreed to. We could have pushed back, is my point, but everyone just accepted that this is okay. Last point is, I'm thinking LTP. Let's consider that tap or alternate water that doesn't have the fluoride for these, what I believe, the most vulnerable bottle-fed babies. And I'm going to keep saying it because my baby is bottle-fed. And it's even on the World Health Organization, around the dental associations, saying, hey, it has neuro effects on babies. Anyway, that's it. It's in the report, it's only why I'm addressing it, but just leave it there. Kia ora.
Thank you.
You didn't get it. Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Jennings.
Can I just ask a question through the Chief Executive? Because just in relation to one of the questions that Councillor Tukupa raised about the tap at the water treatment plant, I recall some discussion about that in some procurement review group materials, and I just can't remember the status update. So I just thought I'd ask that question because there might be a bit of a status update for you on that.
Yeah, I'll need to come back on that. I'll need to have a chat to the team. I know we were still waiting for guidance from the Ministry of Health.
My feedback, I wanted to support what Councillor Tukupa said around the fluoridisation, and while we did make a decision, and it wasn't one that we were, you could make in another way, I'm too mindful around the LTP when she said that, and if the product that we're applying to our water scientifically is not safe, and I think that's what I'm hearing Piri say, then I think we should be planning to move to the product that's more tangible, more acceptable. I'm not a specialist in this area, but I certainly hear the concern. I certainly hear the concern around our babies. This is a government directive, there's no doubt about it, but we need to make sure that we're providing essential water for all parts of our community, and if a better fluoride product is required and also a tap to provide a non-fluoridized product, then by all means I would also support Councillor Tukupa in that.
I'll just respond to that. Thank you, Councillor Tamihana. Look, there is science on both sides. I will say that there is science that says, this is in the name of oral health and this is a good thing. But there is risks alternatively, and I'm just not prepared to take that risk, and I would like us to provide an alternate option for community. And look, I'm the first one to cut expenses, so I'm hoping it's not exorbitant amount, but let's at least do some numbers, and I'd like to see that in the consultation. Moreover, like Ministry of Health, yeah, they've got experts, but at the end of the day, these same people introduce vaping as yet, and psychoactive substances yet, and we've seen the damage there.
Kia ora.
Councillor Buck.
Yeah, I'll just chip in on that one. If I knew it had fluoride in it, I would touch it with a barge pole. And if I'm not going to do that, I don't expect the ratepayers to either. So I think we should be providing a realistic alternative for them that hasn't got fluoride in it. And if the government then says, well, you can't do that, I think we should tell them to stuff off, to be honest. I mean, sure, they say we have to put fluoride in our water, but they can't direct us not to provide an alternative. So, just my thoughts.
So obviously our mandate as officers is to implement the resolutions of the table, and as Councillor Tukapoa acknowledged at the start of her korero, there has been direction from the government. We are, midway through the process of procuring work in order to implement that requirement in Levin. We've always given a commitment, and that commitment stands to explore the opportunity for an alternate, so that idea of a fluoride-free tap, like how in some communities they have a chlorine-free tap. But what we're still waiting for is direction from the Ministry of Health as to whether they will allow that. Remembering that at this stage we've not had direction on our other water supplies. They have signalled that they intend to give us that direction on the other water supplies, but that direction, they've advised us that that has been delayed. And so, I think the action, the thing that I would note is that, and hear the message around, can we A, get the answer, but B, make sure that if the answer is yes, that we consider that as part of our funding requirements for long-term plan. Separate to that, just in terms of the type of product used, I'd probably just acknowledge that the intent of that has been that that's an operational decision. You'll remember that when we brought the report to council, when you adopted the procurement plan around the fluoridation work, there was some comment on, there was a couple of questions about that, and it was understood that that really is an operational decision, and of course that decision has been following the guidance and input of not only those that will operate and work in the plants, but also those people who are, I suppose, providing this advice to councils all around New Zealand. But yeah, like I acknowledge the different views about this kaupapa.
Okay, thank you, Jacinta. And again, I think, well, through you to everybody in the organisation, I mean, this is, a 150-page report on what is going on in this organisation. So the amount of detail, the scope and breadth of it is a credit to everybody. And I think if the community did actually take the time, bother to read it, they would change their view in terms of what council does and how it approaches everything. So please encourage your community, if they've got questions, this is the report they should be directed to ensure that they are fully aware of everything that does happen within this council organisation. All good. Okay, so have we moved 2.3?
Having considered all matters raised in the organisation performance report due July 2023, the report be noted. I'll move. Seconded by Councillor Grimstone. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Tukupa.
It might not be required, but can I ask for a recommendation that a cohort of elected members attend the submission at Horizons without
I'm sure that we will be submitting to the Horizons long-term plan, and there are a number of issues that we need to input into. So, yeah, if it requires a force, definitely, I would encourage that to appear in front of them.
Yeah, because we'll probably have the same from their end as well.
Through you.
I've submitted by Zoom a number of times and in person to them, but not with anyone else. No, exactly.
Through you, Your Worship, I was just going to suggest that that might be something that Council considers when you formally consider the Foxton East Drainage Scheme recommendation from Te Awaha Foxton Community Board. I know your intent's broader than just that, but yeah.
Exactly my point, and in fact, I've phrased a motion, an alternative to the community board one, which I've shared with Grace, and I'm happy to pick up on good initiative, I think, from Councillor Tukupa and speak to it at that stage.
Cool. Okay. So that will be coming up when we talk. Yeah. Thank you. So, all right, moving on to 8.2, which is on page 255. Elected members meeting attendance statistics from October 2022 to 31st of August 2023. Just moving 2.1 and 2.2 that these be received. Moved by Councillor Boyle, seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Note that this is just for a reporting document and for noting. So we've dealt with Councillor Tukupa. Did you wish to comment on that?
if I may.
Certainly, yeah.
So, I guess as one of those who initiated, well, I asked last term that attendance be recorded, but oh, Jennings. But anyway, it's history. There it is. It's in black and white now, and as much as it is for public information, I really want us to look at our own and ask ourselves, well, cool, happy with that, or no, I need to up the ante, or nah, it's all good, or it's just a self-check really as well. It's or maybe you just don't care and just that's what it is. So what, each to your own.
Look, this report is very much in the spirit of being open and honest with our community. That's all it is. It's just, nothing. It's not a witch hunt or anything like that. It's just providing community with stats. Be interesting to see if anyone actually reads the agenda and notes it. That would be more important. Okay, so let's move on. We've dealt with 8.3. We're dealing now with 8.4, which is the Council Resolution and Actions Monitoring Report for September. Thank you. Moved by Deputy Mayor Allen, seconded by Councillor Jennings. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Any items that councillors wish to draw attention to? Or anything that the Chief Executive wishes to speak to, or officers? There being none, let's move on to 8.5, which is the long-term plan 2021-2041 monitoring report September 23. Move 2.1, 2.2, seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Again, any items that elected members wish to comment, ask questions on? There being none, I will move to 9.1, which is the proceedings of Te Awaho Foxton Community Board meeting 18th of September 2023. Move 2.1 and 2.2 that these proceedings be received and we receive the minutes of. Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So, 2.3, Deputy Mayor Allen.
So, Mr. Mayor, I wonder, Grayson, are you able to bring my suggested one? Is it up there, is it? Oh, yeah. So, look, the recommendation that stands on the order paper 295, page 295, 2.3, has, with respect, no relevance because the money has already been spent. So, this is not in any way to criticise the intent of the community board, which is to express a real frustration at the lack of connection with both the board and council over the Foxton East drainage scheme. And so, hence, I would like to move 2.3 up there that council urges Horizon to honour with urgency its commitment to liaise with the board and council at governance level. And if there's a seconder, I'd be happy to speak to it.
Yeah, I'd like to second that.
Kia ora, Justin. So look, there is a frustration really that there has been no meaningful response over a number of months now from Horizons, despite their acceptance that there would be real value in working at governance level to understand what is a hugely financial undertaking, but importantly an undertaking which seeks to reduce the risk to about 85 homes in Foxton should the sort of flooding profile that's been happening in the past reoccur. So hence that recommendation, but I want to pick up on Councillor Tukapua's point and say that I think that really does take it in a very helpful way to the next level for us to actually appear to speak to that recommendation to the elected members of Horizons, and I think that would be implicit should this recommendation go through, that we seek to be represented both at board level and at council level to speak to that kanahi ki te kanahi.
Councillor Grimstone.
Yeah, I'd echo that because apparently we have two Horizon District Councillors, correct? So I think that we should be advocating and leaning on them to be leading our voice to the regional council.
Councillor Jennings.
Mr. Mayor, and with the permission of the mover and seconder, I'd quite like to sense your appetite to amend what you've got up on the screen there to include a phrase and to account for all financial contributions made by HDC. Because having heard the conversation at the community board, I think that there is a lack of transparency or understanding around how or what is our funding being used for, and how HRC accounting for it. So be keen to hear your view.
Very helpful addition. With the permission of the seconder, I'm happy for that to be included.
I took also.
Just want to make the table aware that we have asked for that already. Well, we haven't received a response because you'll note on the 25th of September, the Chief Executive sent us a...
The councillors won't have seen that.
They won't have seen that? Oh, just that I was CC'd. Okay. So on the 25th of September, the Chief Executive responded to Horizons, thanking them for the communication. Appreciate the attachment which has been able to share with councillors and community board. Understood the project has some complexity, endorsed the continued involvement of staff. Our key points, the nomination of Daniel and Craig Hiddleston hasn't changed, and the project group would be a priority. So that Manika strongly encouraged the establishment of the governance group sooner rather than later. This was its deep sense of urgency from the Foxton Community Board and Council. Some of the more recent questions I've had is for an explanation on the current physical works. What is it? How it contributes to broader project, and how it fits into broader budget. What has the money been spent on to date, and what has HDC's contribution achieved to date? So there's been a very strong yes. Okay, so we will forward that to you. And we've not had a response to those questions.
So speaking to that, I thank the CE for capturing the mood of elected members, both at board and council level, because the wording that we are looking to endorse today is also reflected in the strong wording that the CE has put forward. So very much a team effort. And again, I thank the CE for capturing the mood of the board in particular on that matter. And just to reiterate that with the permission of the seconder, I'd like to capture the helpful addition from Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, I support that, Marilyn. Deputy Marilyn. I also just wanted to correct us around Horizons councillors. We've actually got 3. We've got Sam Ferguson, Emma Clark, as well as Tekinahi Taylor. So,
all right. So the mover and seconder have agreed to the addition of that recommendation in terms of it now reads that Council urges Horizons to honour with urgency its commitment to liaise with Te Aho Foxton Community Board and Council at governance level, and to account for all financial contributions made by Horowhenua District Council. Is that captured what you had? All right, thank you. So, moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, Mike.
I just
Councillor Barker, sorry.
Yeah. The only thing that I'd maybe suggest is change urges to something a bit more plain and like requests or wants or something blunter. Requires, yeah. If it's not my thing, but just a thought.
I think probably, well, we need to ask the mover and seconder whether they have any. Yeah, are you comfortable with the way that sits at the moment, or would you want to see that strength?
So just as a right of reply, we have to manage the fact that we have a very strong relationship with Horizons on virtually all issues. Yeah. And so I don't really want to get into language which would be inflammatory. This, I think, is very forceful and clear and needs to be, but forceful is one thing, inflammatory is another.
I think the words with urgency speak to itself too, as well. Sorry,
yeah,
Councillor Tawihana.
Sorry, my quick response is actually to support what Councillor Allen has said, and I think actually turning up and presenting this in person will, as a collective, if that's the decision, will carry a different weight itself as well as. So I'm supportive of Councillor Tukapua's idea there.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Right, so moving now to 9.2, the proceedings of the Community Wellbeing Committee, 20th of October 2023. Since we haven't had the 20th of October 2023, I wonder whether that is actually correct. Since today's only the 11th, can we just, it's September, I assume, is it?
It is September. Okay, thank you. And I have just picked that up now. I wasn't holding it. Moving 2.1, 2.2, that the minutes be received and the proceedings of that committee be received. Can I have a second? Please, Councillor Horowhenua. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Are there any items that members wish to raise regarding these minutes? Councillor Jennings.
Just to say, I caught the end of that meeting and thought it was very well chaired by the stand-in Councillor Grimstone. So just
I have had the same sort of feedback, and I'm encouraging, hopefully, Councillor Grimstone to make that a more permanent position. Right. Moving on, thank you to, we've come to the end of our open agenda, and we're now going to move a motion to exclude the public. So we are now, that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting. C1, consideration of grant from the Mayoral Relief Fund, and C2, Council Resolution and Actions Monitoring Report, September 2023. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Horowhenua. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.